Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Chawani.
Sir, I shall introduce you and then we shall begin with the session.
Yes, sounds good. Yeah. Ma'am, sorry, we are unable to hear you. Please.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So I shall begin again. I welcome you all to this final day of 1 week online short-term training program on water quality quantification, restoration and environmental conservation of existing water bodies, Module 1, that is sponsored by AICTE and organized by the Civil Engineering Department of IPS Academy, Institute of Engineering and Sciences, Indore. So we are fortunate to have with us Mr. Priyanshu Kumath sir, who is the founder of founder and CEO of Clean Water Sustainable Technologies Private Limited. Presently, he is working with the credit and risk at Drip Capital Mumbai. He has also been working as a consultant for establishment of wastewater treatment plants, STPs, ETPs to tackle problem of water pollution and water scarcity. Presently working in 10 cities. He has also worked as a senior manager operations, teacher training and recruitment at White Hat Junior. He has also been working as an analyst at Lysis for us and a graduate in civil engineering from IIT Bombay. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our request. And I request you to please start with the session, sir.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Devanshi.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, pleasure to be talking to you this wonderful Saturday morning, and thank you for showing up, everyone. Um, yeah. So let me share my screen before I start. Dr. Jagwani, I'm unable to share my screen. Could you check, please?
So from my side, I have made you presenter, sir.
All right. Just give me a minute, please.
Sure, sir.
Hey, I'll have to quit and rejoin for the.
All right, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Now you're audible. Sir, now can you share the screen? Is it coming?
Yes, yes, I can. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, sir. It's clear and absolutely visible.
Great. Nice. So, all right. Good morning, everyone. So I'll start presenting. So before I come to basically what I'll be presenting today, let me just give you a brief snapshot of what it is going to be about. So this is going to be about, as the overall lecture series is about, basically restoring water bodies, and the unique product that we have is floating islands, also known as floating wetlands technically. So just to give you a brief snapshot before I begin, before I basically come to our product and what we've been doing and how we restore water bodies, let me give you all a brief introduction about myself. So I am Priyanshu Kumath. I hail from Indore, Madhya Pradesh. I am actually an IIT Bombay alumnus with a BTech in civil engineering. I worked with a couple of civil engineering real estate organizations such as Godrej Properties, Lysis Forest, before joining a startup called Housing.com in the real estate space. Was a great experience for me. Got to lead a team of 700 people there at the tender age of 25, which was a great experience for me. Which gave me the confidence that I can start an organization myself, which I did. So I moved back to my hometown Indore, started Clean Water back in 2016. So we started with a started basically with the vision to solve problems in the water sector. Also setting up sewage treatment plant and other wastewater treatment plants. And over time, so we started with a services-based approach, and we over time added a product-based business model as well of restoring water bodies. Uh, yeah, so that's a brief about me. Anyway, so basic things. So our organization is called Clean Water. That's our brand name. We're registered as Sustainable Water Technologies Private Limited, and Floating Islands is our product. So till now we're present in about more than 12 cities, signed more than 30 projects with, including private and government projects, registered in Startup India MSME, general stuff. Yeah, I'll move on. So basically we started our journey with building sewage treatment plants. Just a few photographs from a site. So we began by giving services of consultants and contractors, providing designs to build up these civil works and also the electromechanical installation to get the STPs up and running. So that's what we started our journey with. I'm sure you all must be aware about sewage treatment plants, but there are these two technologies that I'd like to particularly bring your attention to. So besides this, we have worked on conventional technologies such as MBBR, SBR, like the aerobic technologies and all. But this DVAT system is something we thought was really great. So this cylinder that you see is the vortex is the final module of the DVAT system. So that's one of the technologies that we were working on, building sewage treatment plants. This is primarily an anaerobic technology with a settler, anaerobic baffle reactor, anaerobic filter. One of the older versions of this technology happened to have a planted gravel filter. I'm sure, given the elite audience present here today, all of you must be aware of what a horizontal planted gravel filter looks like. So these are basically gravel beds which have plants planted on top of them, very shallow gravel beds. And so basically, this is the final part of the sewage treatment plant for use of polishing water and further treatment. And practically, this is how it looks like at the site. So this technology of cleaning water has existed forever, basically cleaning water through plants. What we did was we basically applied the same concept and productized it. We basically made a floating version of the same technology, right? So how do plants clean the water, right? So the plants and the gravel, also known as maybe matrix or biomedia, present underneath the islands, together help clean the water. What happens is basically friendly bacteria called biofilms would come and attach to the long plant roots and on the island material. And together, these bacteria and the plants would take up nutrients from the water. They would take up nitrogen and phosphorus compounds such as ammonical nitrogen, nitrates, nitrites, phosphates, phosphites. Also ensuring the dissolved oxygen goes up in the water, as well as the BOD, COD gets reduced as well. A lot of heavy metals also get pulled in by the plants. So that's what we did. We took a very simple concept from sewage treatment plants and we made a floating version of this. To give you more brief, let me show you a quick video. Let me know if you can hear the audio.
Ecosystems in the world.
Are you able to hear the audio of the
Rivers,
video?
Yes,
lakes,
sir.
marshes, and wetlands are essential for survival of humans. But they are in a crisis. Water is disappearing, and the rest is getting polluted. So the ecosystem is restore and maintain floating natural quality and providing ecological habitats. Floating islands mimic a wetland-like effect to clean the water body. Underneath the island, friendly bacteria begin forming biofilm on the long plant roots and on the island material.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that we did. Besides having just floating plants, we've added a lot of biomedia, which a lot of you would have seen in MBBR-based sewage treatment plants. So we added a lot of biomedia underneath the islands, so that more and more biofilm formation can happen. So these are basically bacterial colonies or bacterial films, which would come and attach to the plant roots and on the biomedia. So this is how we ensure that maximum water treatment happens.
Island is designed to maximize microbial activity, helping to settle sediments and uptake phosphorus, nitrogen, and heavy metals for cleaner water. Biofilms are eaten by small organisms, which are eaten by fish, which are harvested out of the water by birds and humans. Thus, floating islands clean the water, restore the ecological cycle while beautifying the surroundings at the same time. Floating islands are available in different product variants and can be applied in a variety of manner to suit multiple needs. For more information, visit floatingislands.in.
Yeah. So this is a brief about our product. Also, a general thing for the entire, I think, 1.5 duration. If anybody has any doubt, please feel free to unmute yourself and speak up. It would be good if you guys keep asking questions in between so that I don't have to speak for the entire 1.5 hour duration. So please feel free to ask any questions. So this is a brief about our product, floating islands, and how we restore water bodies through it. I'll basically come to a different dimension of this and circle back to the original point. So the graph that you see here on the screen is about a adoption of any new technology or product that comes in, right? So if any new technology or product comes in, it first goes through the R&D phase. Then it gets launched by the early adopters, kind of adopt the technology. After that, there comes the growth and maturity stage, where the majority of the population or majority of the users adopt that product or technology. And then there are these laggards, the last 10, 15, 20% who are the last one to adopt any technology. So comparing that in the water sector, what we thought was basically water treatment or drinking water is kind of available to almost 70-80% of the population of India today. So that has kind of matured. You see, we have ROs and aquaguards in almost every home or commercial establishment. So that sector has matured. In terms of water infrastructure, in terms of the drainage pipeline, the stormwater pipelines, they've kind of reached at least 50% of the urban areas. So it's on the growth stage. The wastewater treatment sector of setting up sewage treatment plants, effluent treatment plants is still in the launch stage, right? So the government claims basically 25 to 30% of the wastewater is getting treated. So it's still on the launch stage. But when you think of the sector of restoring water bodies, it's still in the R&D stage. Not even 1% of the water bodies have been restored till now. So any organization that would enter this sector today could have a really great advantage in terms of applying their products and doing R&D to kind of take control of the water body restoration sector. So that's why we thought that maybe besides, so we had started with wastewater treatment sector, which was our kind of bread and butter, but over time we've also added the water body restoration sector. And since I'm from Indore and with the Swachh Bharat mission, the timing couldn't really be better in terms of restoring water bodies. Another thing that we thought was basically there are thousands and millions of water bodies out there, right? Including lakes, rivers, drains, streams, all of that. If we follow the approach of a consultant, right, we would be able to do at best 100, 200, or maybe 500 water bodies in my limited lifetime. If we kind of follow the approach of consultant, going to the sites, making DPRs, also taking up civil work, designing all parts of the water body restoration effect, that would be pretty slow to scale up. The services-based model would be slow because every water body is unique and would require unique attention. So what we thought was a product-based business approach would be far more scalable, right? For example, the manufacturer of your smartphone, they manufacture 1 lakh, 10 lakh pieces every year. They have to manufacture it singly and they can ship it across the globe, right? So that's what we thought we'd follow, product-based business approach to solve the problems in the water sector. So it's not like the government isn't doing anything in terms of water body restoration. We are trying out a few solutions, right? The first being the most obvious of setting up sewage treatment plants. There are a few shortcomings in terms of STPs. The first being there is absolutely no space available around the lakes or rivers, in urban scenario at least. We've encroached the water bodies from all sides, right? So there isn't much space for setting up there's not space for setting up STPs everywhere, let me put it like that. Besides that, it requires a huge capital investment upfront and a huge maintenance cost as well, because of which often the STPs are not running, or maybe the treated water does not fall under the guidelines. Besides this, the sewage treatment plants often let in a lot of chlorine in the treated water, which harms the flora fauna around the water bodies. We're also trying, like people around the world are also trying chemical solutions or bacterial solutions, which is not the best approach. For example, chemicals have a lot of other side effects. They produce a lot of sludge or silt. They would solve the problem of water, but they'd kill the organisms in the water as well. So we saw a lot of shortcomings in the current solutions. Just to give you an example, how we've encroached water bodies on all sides. Where would you set up a sewage treatment plant here, right? There is no space unless we establish a buffer zone around the rivers and lakes. Yeah. Another, the ecology aspect also needs to be considered where we restore water body. It's not just about cleaning the water. If it has too much chlorine and the fishes can't survive and the flora fauna can't survive, that water body is not restored according to me. So I think we have to keep this in mind as well. So with the background now set, and now that we've seen what the product does, let me kind of highlight a few benefits as well. So floating islands is a very low capital and low operational maintenance solution, right? So this island, for example, that you see on the right of the screen, we didn't have, once we planted canna in this island, we didn't have to touch it for almost 3 to 6 months. Not even a single visit to trim the plants or do anything. Even the island does not require maintenance, and these plants are also so versatile that you won't even have to go there for 3 months or 6 months. So very low O&M, low cost. It does not require any skilled manpower or an operator to run. You need a simple gardener to just trim it every 3 to 6 months. Another great benefit of this is that we don't really require any additional space around the water bodies. We can simply float these floating islands on top of the water body, thereby, so we don't really need any additional space. It also caters to majority of the pollutants. I would not say all. It can't really take up all of the chemical effluents in the water, but it takes up nutrients, it takes up heavy metals, it reduces BOD, COD, it fixes pH, it increases dissolved oxygen. So it caters to most of the pollutants. Besides the water treatment plant, the ecology and biodiversity gets restored as well. So basically, floating islands are like a platform which provide habitat for different organisms to thrive. So we see insects and birds and snakes come sit on top of the island. Fishes would come and hide underneath the islands for shade. So the entire ecosystem is also kind of getting restored because of this. No mechanical or electromechanical components required. So great in terms of that as well. It also increases the fish population. So what we've realized is the fish population in any water body can go up to 2 to 5 times if there are floating islands there, which kind of provides economic benefits to the fishermen and the communities that live and thrive off the water body. So that's another benefit of this. And anybody looking to, let's say, restore a water body, beautify it, or just kind of restore the habitat, maybe protect the coastline from erosion, or just trying aquaponics and gardening, can try out floating islands. Other small benefits also include reducing evaporation and beautification of the surroundings. So that's a brief about floating islands. I'm sure a lot of you must be aware of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, as defined by the United Nations. So floating islands cater, so out of 17 floating islands cater to 7 of them. So which includes basically good health and well-being of the people living around the water bodies, obviously clean water and sanitation. So it's an innovative product in itself. It is also part of a sustainable cities and communities. It helps reduce climate action because it reduces the formation of methane, right? So when the roots oxygenate the water naturally, less and less methane gets formed in the water, and therefore it helps in controlling the climate change that we are beginning to see. Life below water, pretty obvious how it affects it, and life on land as well. So the entire ecosystem around the water body also gets affected, positively affected, let me put it that way. Any questions here till now? Anyone, please feel free to unmute yourself and speak up.
Are the participants wanting to interact, or if they have any queries or doubts? You can either type in the chat box or you can come online.
Yeah, ma'am, would the participants be able to unmute themselves and speak up, or would they be only able to put it on chat?
Hello.
No, sir, they are free to unmute.
Okay.
Sir, can I ask one question?
Yes, sir, please go.
Can you give a list of species of plants? Which type of plant can remove which type of pollutants?
Yes. So there are about 5 to 8 different species of wetland type of plants which are really good for water treatment. The first being canna that you see on the screen here. There is vetiver grass, which is also called khas in Hindi. Jo coolers mein khas ka perfume jata, that vetiver grass. There's umbrella palm. There are reeds and phragmitis. There is elephant grass. There may be a few more. Maybe if you could connect like after the call, I can give you maybe an entire list. But yeah, these are the major plants that people often use.
Okay. After that, I will contact you.
Great. Yes.
Is there any your official email ID is there?
Yeah. It's at the end of this slide. It's
Okay.
anyways Priyanshu @clean-water.co.in.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any questions? All right. So I'll move on. So I think the audience present here
Yes,
is
sir. I
particularly.
just wanted to ask you something.
Yeah,
Yes,
Sir,
yeah,
can
please.
ma'am.
I
Please.
ask?
Yes, yes,
Sure,
So,
ma'am.
like,
Please.
it is in context with what that sir asked. I am interested in getting to know, like, for heavy metals, what we can use.
yes. So the efficiency of heavy metals uptake is different for different plants. I do have a lot of technical literature as to whether let's say canna takes up more heavy metals or does vetiver grass does. So I can share those technical documents with you, and also in terms of heavy metals, there would be multiple, right? Lead. What is the lead uptake efficiency of which plant? So I can share that with you as well after the lecture. Please remind me at the end of the lecture. I'll do that. I'll
Okay, sir.
share.
So
Thank you.
that means, sir,
Okay.
every metal is specifically absorbed by different plant species, right?
I'm not sure if 100% of the metals are been uptaken, but a majority of them are lead, zinc, cobalt. A lot of these heavy metals are uptaken, and different uptake efficiencies for different plants. But not 100%. Not every heavy metal can be taken up by plants. Yeah, so it's not so this floating islands is a solution much suited for domestic wastewater, where we have wastewater coming in from toilets, maybe washing clothes, wash basins, utensils, clothes, etc. But for the really really hard and toxic chemical effluents coming in from the industries, it cannot cater to all of them, but it caters to the majority of them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Great. All right, I'll move on. So, a lot of you here would be aware of how sewage treatment plants work, and most of you would be aware of the conventional aerobic technologies such as SBR, MBBR, activated sludge process, and all. So you would have seen these plastic things called biomedia, right? So what happens is in an aerobic reactor where we are kind of pumping oxygen through blowers artificially from outside, we put in the biomedia in that, and so biofilms like this would come and attach to the biofilm on the inner side, on the outer side, everywhere. So that is why this is being designed this way to provide maximum surface area, and that's how aerobic sewage treatment plants treat the water, right? These bacteria would eat up all of the pollutants in the water and then produce sludge. So we took the similar concept of how basically the plants also do it, but also how biomedia can also contribute to increasing the efficiency. So that's what we did. So we added biomedia underneath the islands, and on different. If we add a different matrix material on our island as well, we see a lot of green biofilms also come and attach to the islands because now they have a surface that they can attach to. There are few bacteria that can remain suspended in the water without having to have any surface to attach to, and they can still thrive. A lot of these actually thrive if they have a surface that they can come and attach to. So that's what we're doing effectively. The long plant roots and the biomedia, all we're doing is giving more and more surface area so that more and more bacteria and biofilms can come and attach, and therefore more water can get clean. So that's the same water treatment principle that we picked up from STPs and applied here on floating islands. So if we add aeration underneath the floating islands as well, so the treatment efficiency of water goes up multiple folds, right? Uh, if we're not adding aeration, there's this aerobic zone near the roots as well. Then there's an anoxic zone where there's insufficient oxygen, and at the bottom of the lake or the river, there might be an completely anaerobic zone as well. But what we've noticed is if we add external aeration, the water treatment efficiency goes up multiple times. Yeah. All right, moving on. So let me put this from a very different perspective of how floating islands clean water. So this is a lake that we restored. This is the same lake. So the problem that happened here was any leaves and branches that would fall in would decompose, rot, and make the water green, right? Because then the algae, there are two types of algae. This is duckweed that is forming on the surface, and then there's this dissolved algae which is providing the water a green tinge. So this algae would then come in the water, eat up all of these decomposing, rotting organic matter and multiply, and then basically populate the entire lake, and then the water would turn green. Effectively, what we're doing from a very layman perspective is we are introducing a bigger organism in the water, right? The same food source is available for algae as well. And so we put in a competitor for the same food source. All of these biofilms and plants are, particularly the plants are a bigger organism as compared to algae. So they would compete with algae for the same food source. And eventually the plants would uptake all of the nutrients, and there would be no nutrients and no food left for the algae to eat and multiply. So what floating islands do is basically they eat up all of the nutrients, and then algae has no food. So algae starves and eventually begins to recede from the water bodies. And over time they disappear, or they might be left in a very small corner at the beginning of the lake, but eventually they kind of completely vanish from the water body. So it's as simple as that. You have put in a competitor in the water body which would eat up all the nutrients, so that algae gets completely vanished from the lake. So they have no food left for them, and they basically die and move away. So I think that's the first benefit of floating islands, is the water treatment part. The second is the ecology part, right? So these are islands from across different sites that we planted. So this is from Sabarmati riverfront in Ahmedabad. These two pictures, we see a lot of bagule, a lot of birds come and sit on top of this, right? Because there are a lot of insects in the soil and around the plants, and also the island acts like a very good platform for the birds to sit on and hunt for fish underneath the water. So they have improvised as well. This is from Delhi College, Indore, where a lot of ducks enjoy the island and swim around it. This is the same island from Delhi College, where we have a water snake, a non-poisonous water snake on the islands. Birds on different sides as well. Fishes would come kind of near the islands. So let me show you a quick video in terms of the ecology part. This island was for beautification purposes only. This is not for water treatment, given the type of species of plants that we've planted here. But anyways, it does help to restore the ecology. Thought would mention that. So this has flowering plants, which don't really clean the water, but this is for water treatment. This is vetiver grass that you see on the island. You see different insects, fishes. Yeah. Then there's this turtle in one of our sites in Bangalore. It comes and hides underneath the island. This is that snake, non-poisonous water snake I was talking about. So this is at Pipliyapala Regional Park. This is at Sabarmati Riverfront again. So how the fishes use it is pretty awesome, right? So because fishes are in the water body and they have no shade from the sunlight or predators. So if you put in a floating island, they would come and sit underneath the island, because then it provides them protection from the predators. It provides them shade from the hot sun on certain days. And also the biofilms that form underneath the island are a food source for them as well. So we see a lot of fishes swarm around the island. That's a great sign to see. And then everything in terms of ecology falls into place once things start. So the third benefit is the beautification. So we made different islands. So these are canna, that are wetland plants that clean the water. These two are islands that, even this third, where we can plant like flowering and beautiful plants as well. For those people who, for whom the water body is clean and they just want to beautify it, floating islands can be used for that as well. So all we're doing is we're providing a platform which plants to plant on top of it, and for which purpose do you want to use it? It's really up to you. This is at Sabarmati Riverfront. This is at a government campus in Indore. Yeah. Moving on.
Indore.
Yeah. So I've shown you what are the different benefits of floating islands. Let me now come to a lake that we restored in Indore.
इंदौर इंडिया के सबसे स्वच्छ शहर ने अपने लेक रिस्टोरेशन इनिशिएटिव के साथ अब एक नया एग्जाम्पल सेट किया है। पुलिस ट्रेनिंग कॉलेज मुसाखेड़ी के नालंदा सरोवर को एक नई लाइफ दी है टीम क्लीन वाटर ने, एक नेचुरल और इको फ्रेंडली प्रोडक्ट फ्लोटिंग आइलैंड्स के साथ। क्लीन वाटर के फाउंडर प्रियांशु कुमार आईआईटी बॉम्बे से पढ़े हैं। उन्होंने जब इस लेक का सर्वे किया तो पाया कि लेक में लीव्स और ब्रांचेस आकर गिरती है और फिर उसी में डीकंपोज होती है, जिसके कारण एल्गे फॉर्म होने लगती है। इसके लिए उन्हें पता था कि फ्लोटिंग आइलैंड्स ही बेस्ट सॉल्यूशन होगा। फ्लोटिंग आइलैंड्स पानी पे फ्लोट करते हैं और इन पर प्लांट्स लगाए जाते हैं। इन प्लांट्स की
this is umbrella palm, this is vetiver grass.
पर प्लांट्स लगाए जाते हैं। इन प्लांट्स की रूट्स पानी में जाती है और आइलैंड्स पर जमे फ्रेंडली बैक्टीरिया के साथ मिलकर पानी के पोल्यूटेंट्स को खींचती है। ये वेटलैंड टेक्नोलॉजी एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली और लो मेंटेनेंस भी है। लेक पर एक बायोफिल्टर और वाटरफॉल भी
Yes, so this is another improvisation that we did at the lake. We thought that the water in this lake is going stagnant, right? Because it's a lake, it does not get circulation or get oxygenated very often. So what we did was we made a biofilter and a waterfall combined. So we pump the water from the lake, pass it through this biofilter, where there are biomedia and a physical filter as well. And then the water would fall back again into the lake through this waterfall that you see on the left. So it's a twin solution in itself. So the biofilter that you just saw is buried underneath this. There's this pump which would pull the water from the lake, passes through again in the lake as a waterfall, ensuring aeration and oxygenation as well. So this is another intervention that
oxygenation में help करता है। लेक में पानी क्लीन करने वाली फिशेस डाली गई है। साथ ही लेक की बाउंड्री पर ट्री प्लांटेशन और ब्यूटिफिकेशन किया गया है। लेक रिस्टोरेशन के बाद कैंपस के रेजिडेंट्स वहां टाइम स्पेंड करने आते हैं और साथ ही साथ लेक पर बगुले, टिटोरी, मोर जैसी भी बर्ड्स आने लगी है, जो कि नेचर का इंडिकेशन है कि ये प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल रहा। इंदौर जैसे शहर, पीटीसी जैसे कैंप।
So this is the lake that we restored. Yeah, and this is how it looks right now from a bird's eye view. We were very lucky also to get the award of Water Hero from Central Government, Jal Shakti Mantralaya, Water Resources Ministry, for this lake restoration project that we did. So yeah, this is how it looks. Just wanted to give you a brief of that. So any questions till now, please go ahead. I'll take a pause here.
Are the participants having any questions? So I would like to ask.
Yes, please go ahead.
So what's the basic medium over which these floating islands keep floating? Like,
how do they float?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll get to that. I'll be covering that in the upcoming slides here. All right, so I'll move on for now. I'll cover this question of how floating islands are made. So in the coming slides. So now, how to put islands in a lake? Should we just scatter them? How should we do it? So basically, the picture on the left is one of the designs that we created, where you could maybe quadrant off a section of the lake. This happens a lot in Bangalore Lake. So if you would have seen, if the inlet is coming in from here, they would make a stone wall or a gabion wall, something like this, like walls made of boulders. so that water can still pass through them, but it still creates a different section. So near the inlet, if we do a lot of aeration and floating islands, even if there's sewage coming in, the treatment can happen here. All of the sludge that gets produced can get clarified or get settled at this wall or at this juncture where you've created a separate wetland area at the lake. And the major part of the lake or the water body can still remain clean. So all of the treatment can happen in the smaller area, and the bigger lake can be enjoyed by everyone. How to do that? So for complete water treatment, we would like to have anaerobic, anoxic, and aerobic conditions, all three, where there is no oxygen, part oxygen or inadequate oxygen, or completely aerobic zones where there is a lot of oxygen. So all of the three stages would ensure that entire treatment happens. And the clarification, by clarification, we mean settling of the sludge at the check dam or this Gabion wall, so that all the sludge that gets produced gets settled here. Only the clean water kind of goes into the main lake. That's how we can do it. The picture on the right is another design. I'm sure a few of you must have heard of Mr. Anand Malligawar. He's a lake conservationist based out of Bangalore. So this is what he created. So he was also from the inland. He's creating a settling tank, a tank with boulders and plants on top of it, then a section for floating islands. So different floating islands can be put in near the lake boundary where the water is most dirty, and a few can also be put in between in the center of the lake. So different ways you can put it. Yeah. After lake restoration, let me come to the point of river restoration. This is not one of our projects. This is a project in the Philippines, actually, where a river similar to how we see urban rivers in our cities, a typical river with pollution, a lot of pollution, sewage, a lot of trash, can be transformed into this using floating islands and maybe aerators in the middle as well. So yeah, even rivers can be restored. Obviously, we need a lot more area. Because of the flowing water, we need, let's say, 100 meters, 200, 300 meters, depending on the flow, the depth, water quality, and all of that. But before I come to more details about river restoration, I think the major challenge that I see in India today in terms of river restoration is establishing a buffer zone around the rivers. So let me talk about the Kanha River that flows in Indore. So all of its tributaries, etc., combined, they flow for more than 22 kilometers, right? And the encroachment on all sides is worse than what you see here. A lot of the balconies of people overhang on the river, on the nala, drain, whatever you want to call it. So if you don't have a buffer zone, so by India government rules, there should be a buffer zone of 100 feet or 30 meters on either side of the river. But we don't really practically see that happening, right? Because I did my calculations. If we want to have a 100 feet buffer zone on either side of the river, we might need to move about 1 to 5 lakh people. Out of a population of about 30 lakhs in Indore, we might need to move 1 to 5 lakh people. And in India, that won't happen, right? If you would go ahead and ask people, do a survey asking people to get maybe relocate them somewhere else, it does not happen in India, right? A lot of local politicians, leader would come in here, say this cannot be done, vote bank politics, all of that. So I think that is the major challenge that we're facing in terms of river restoration right now. Because if we are able to clear this area, establish a green buffer zone, everything else would fall into place, right? Because if you've relocated the people living near the water bodies to someplace else, there would be a lot of more pressure on the government to do something more about it, right? After the people have moved, you just need to put in all your effort, establish STPs, floating islands, plant trees, etc. So I think that is the major bottleneck in terms of river restoration in India. Once we do that, I think we have technical solutions that how we can restore them. So let me come to the process flow of how I think a river can be restored in India. The first part being a floating solid waste barrier. Let me show you what that is. So these are basically floating barriers which can help collect solid waste. These absolutely need to be put on our rivers because we also dump a lot of solid waste in the rivers. So at least the floating part can get captured here. Any solid waste that is on the river bed, on the bottom of the river, would obviously still pass through, but that would get collected at the check dam. So I've kind of considered that as well. So we can remove all of the pollutants, the floating pollutants, solid pollutants here itself. The second step would be to ensure aeration. Because of a lot of sewage coming into the water bodies, the oxygen level goes down to zero in most of the water bodies. So what we'd have to do is provide external aeration. Either if in your geography, if there is a lot of gradient where we could have a lot of waterfalls to ensure aeration, that'd be better. But in a plain area such as Indore, where there's just a drop of 3 to 4 meters from one end of the river to the end next, right? Like for that 22-kilometer stretch, I don't think so. It falls for more than 4 meters. That's not a big gradient. So natural cascading aeration cannot happen, at least not in Indore. But if it can happen in your geography, I think that should be step number one. Otherwise, we need to do external aeration, floating aeration, because if we want to aerate from the bottom, a lot of stones, boulders, a lot of other solid waste would come and harm the diffusers if we try to aerate from the bottom of the lake. So that's why we need floating aeration. But for floating aeration, again, we need a depth of at least 3 to 6 feet. So then we'd have to make a check dam so that there's at least a water depth of 3 to 6 feet, right? Because most of our rivers, we see there's a water depth of just 6 inches, 1 feet. So we'll have to make a check dam so that at least 6 feet of water is collected. So after collecting the solid waste, the second step is aeration. The third step would be to put in floating islands. So they can be put on the sides along with the river walls or the embankment walls, or they can be put in middle as well. If we put them in the middle, particularly at the times of monsoon, the flow is very strong, and we might need even stronger anchoring. So maybe on the sides is better. Maybe the aeration can be done from the middle. So there's a lot of way how we can do it. Maybe we can put in not like we can put in floating islands not in the direction of the river, but let's say perpendicular to it, so that the water passes through it. So there are different ways we can go about it, and can be very beautifully integrated in the urban landscape as well. So this is from Korea. These are not floating islands, which I just wanted to give you a sense of how they can be integrated. So we can create then walkways and other urban infrastructure around it, and the river looks great. Yeah. So after solid waste, aeration, and floating islands, the fourth step would be to create a check dam. So the check dam would ensure that there is at least 3 to 6 feet water depth, so that floating islands can float, floating aerators can float and do their job. So that's why we need a check dam. One of the features that we can integrate with a check dam are piano weirs. So you see very oddly shaped weirs that you see here, kind of like piano keys. So what this does is, had it been a straight line, the area available for water to overflow from the weir would be less. But if we have piano shapes on the check dam, it gives a bigger surface area, so that if there's a lot of sudden rainfall upstream and a lot of water is coming downstream, the water flow can get regulated. It also helps to control the basically water flowing downstream. So piano weirs could be a great idea of integrating with the check dam. And so all of the silt, sediments, rocks, small rocks, all of the solid waste would also get collected at the check dam, right? All of the floating ones had got collected earlier. All of the waste that is flowing attached to the river bed would come and accumulate at the check dam. So what we can do is maybe we can just pull that out and compost it, right? So because it has a lot of fertile sludge and a very fine sediments and soil, right? Otherwise, during the monsoons, your fertile soil would go wash away, go downstream, and you'd never get it, right? If you capture it at the check dam, send it back upstream where it could be used again, this fertile soil. We can maybe conserve the fertile soil in our geographies as well. And anyways, we had to clean the check dam. So I think this can be put to good use that as well. So this is how I propose that rivers can be restored. If the water is really, really bad, maybe we can add another step to it, maybe adding other solutions such as maybe herbal extracts of ashwagandha, tulsi, all of that. We can do that. So every water body is unique, and the solution would have to be customized for every river as well. Yeah. So before I move on, any questions till now? Please go ahead. Anyone, any suggestions or any questions or any doubts? Please go ahead.
Sir, good morning.
Good.
So this is Vignesh Bharti from Tamil Nadu. So I have one small doubt, sir.
Yes.
Sir, how about the stability of this structure, sir?
Stability of floating islands in rivers. Are you talking about that?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So please go ahead.
No, sir. In case of some natural calamities like flood or other problems, how will it react, or how about the stability conditions?
Yes, a very good question actually. So this is something we have done and we have learned by implementing floating islands at different sites, right? So we have the first islands that we made, we installed on a lake, and they were okay, right? Because there's not a lot of flowing water in lakes. But when you go to rivers, it's a different scene altogether, right? During the monsoon, there is so much flow that the islands need to be really strong, and anchoring floating islands in the river cannot happen from the bottom. It has to be done from the sides. And then this needs to be so strong that they don't get washed away during the rivers. And we ensure that. So I'll be covering that as well in the coming slides. Just hold on. So I'll be covering that. I'll answer your questions there.
Thank you.
Any other question?
So anybody else who's having doubt, they can unmute, or if they want, they can type in the chat box.
All right. I'll move on for now. So there are a lot of things to be done in the water bodies, but we are trying to kind of limit our focus to manufacturing floating islands. We do provide consulting as well for now, but our strategy for a long term for restoring thousands and millions of water bodies out there is to take a product based approach or a manufacturing based approach, very similar to pump manufacturers such as Kirloskar, right? So Kirloskar makes pumps of 1 HP, 5 HP, 10 HP, right? Set specifications. And Kirloskar would not go and apply to, okay, so since restoring water bodies is a completely B2G segment, right? It's not a B2B or a B2C. Water bodies are being owned by the government primarily, apart from a few private water bodies. It's been primarily owned by the government. So it's a B2G business segment. So you'd know that, right? Kirloskar would not go to every government department and file tenders, right? So that's how we want to do. We also make islands of similar 1 meter by 1 meter, 2 meter by 2 meter, 1 by 2 square, rectangular, circular. And similar to Kirloskar, we have our distribution channel we would like to give. So we would like to stick to manufacturing, give our islands to the distributors who could kind of then supply to each geography or each government department, so that we can keep our focus on making the islands better, bigger, stronger, better quality and all of that. And the distribution, because the distribution has to be done throughout India and globally as well. So establishing a distributor channel similar to Kirloskar makes sense for us. And we stick to basically manufacturing, making islands better. The distributors take the islands from us, supply to the government, also take care of the installation, right? Putting in plants and soil on top of it, attaching ropes to it, and then just anchoring it on water and maintaining. If whatever little maintenance it requires, our distributors can take care of that. So we are also following a similar business model so that we can actually cater to the thousands and lakhs and millions of water bodies out there. As consultants, we'd be able to reach 100, 200, 500 water bodies at max, because then we'll have to give very detailed attention to each water body, then which kind of limits us to the number of water bodies that we can possibly reach out to. So that's the method that we're taking. Yeah. So I'll show you our island journey. So these are the first 3 test islands that we built. The absolute first was made of thermocol, because this was the first trial. The second one was made of plastic pipes. You would have seen those 4-inch PVC pipes on the exterior of buildings, bringing the sewage and water down, right? So a structure of that covered through a carpet-like material and having like material in between so that we can plant plants on top of it. And this was made of polyurethane foam. So 3 different materials we tried out of our first islands. Different learnings. For example, the pipe that was inside this developed a small leak. So then the entire buoyancy of the entire structure got compromised, right? Because if there's air in the entire thing, it would float. But sui barabar ka bhi chhed hua. Even if it develops at the tiniest of holes, right? That buoyancy is compromised and it would sink. So we had added plastic balls inside those pipes so that even if a leakage occurs, the plastic balls would still keep it afloat. So these were our first test islands. We took a lot of learning from them. We installed it on Harsoda Lake. This is at near Rao in Indore. Post, we made a different, very marketable, very beautiful product. So this is finished with resin. This is polyurethane foams. And the structure of this is made of aluminium. So this is 1 meter by 1 meter. Ideally, it can take up to 80 kgs, including its own weight. So ideally, we should just be loading 40 kgs, 50% of what it can take. So with soil plants in its own weight, I think it takes about 40 to 50 kgs and still float. This is when we had planted it on fresh water. We took up this island from here, put it in a sewage pond, and the islands grew tremendously. You can see. So the length of these plants had gone up to 7 feet as well. And we didn't have to touch it for 6 months. So low maintenance, we did not have to touch it for 6 months. We also saw a snake sitting on this island sometimes. So yeah, great different learnings when you implement on the site. From this, we made an even stronger product. So this is 1.2 meter by 1.2 using different materials. So this also has a continuous planting area. This is perfect for canna, because the canna roots are like a lump, like a gathan ki tarah, like their roots have bulbs. So they have they propagate and their roots require space. So continuous planting area such as this is really nice. So this could take up to almost 200 kg. So one of our team members used it as a board and went ahead, took a ride on the lake. So pretty strong islands. So after the 3 test islands, I think this was the second one. We went ahead and built a bigger one. So this was 2 meter by 2 meter. The structure of this is wooden. You would have seen plies for shuttering, right? Those are pretty water resistant. Obviously, they would rot in the water as well, but they'd still survive for at least 5 years. So we made a structure of wood, finished it with resin, and this is planting holes. The way you see this has 16 by 16 planting holes. So 256 planting holes. And this can take up to 400 kilograms. So this is me actually sitting, like standing on top of the island. So this was a research facility that we'd set up in Bangalore at Bharat Electronics Limited with a partner organization from Bangalore called CDD Society. So we'd set up parallel ponds like this and measure different water treatment efficiency for this. Yeah. So this was for the first time we took the jump from a smaller islands to a bigger 2x2 islands. Yes. We made another, let's say, variations on this, finished it much better this time. This is similar, 2 meter by 2 meter, 400, 200 kgs with wooden and resin, but this is finished better. So this is at Delhi College. This is at Desai Lake in Delhi College School Indore. This has vetiver grass with that non-poisonous water snake and all. So this was another product variant that we built and kind of tried to finish it better from a marketing point of view. This is the first circular island that we made. Um, so I think someone here was asking how does it float? Can you all see the white part inside the planting holes? So this is a basically material made of plastic, often recycled plastic, which helps float the island. So the buoyancy is being provided by this white material that you see inside the islands. The structure, whether of wooden or aluminium, helps keep the island together. The white material helps it keep it afloat. Yeah, so that's what we use to keep it. Someone was asking that. Yeah. So moving on. So this was the first circular island that we made, just 1 meter in diameter. You see the size of this, and even this can take up to 100 kgs of weight. So they planted marigold, genda on top of this. So they had a small well of sorts, a small water body inside their office, CDD Society Bangalore, and they put it there um, using the marigold genda flowers. They later replaced it with umbrella palm. There was this turtle, it's not very clear in this image, but there's a turtle who would just go and hide underneath the island. So if you move the island from here and moved it to the left a bit, the turtle would come and automatically hide underneath the island. Yeah, so this was our first attempt at circular islands. These are the islands that we made for Sabarmati riverfront. So these are basically 1 meter by 2 meter, roughly 3 feet by 6 feet. We made 6 of these islands. This is the Sabarmati river on the left-hand side. And there was a drain coming into the river. So what the Sabarmati Riverfront Development Corporation Limited wanted was, they wanted this drain to be hidden from you. Isko chupa do, matlab. So when you have plants planted on top of it at the mouth of this drain, you can't really see the drain. So that was one of their objectives. The other was obviously the water treatment effect that the islands would provide, and the ecological and the beauty aspects what the floating islands would provide. So this was, I think, our 6th variant that was available commercially, apart from the 3 first islands. And so this island has grown to become very beautiful. All of the plants grew to great lengths. Let me show you a video of, so these are wooden islands. I think the sir from Tamil Nadu mentioned whether they will be able to withstand flowing water or not. So you see the flow in the river, right? Flow coming out of the drain. So it can easily withstand at least these basic flows. But what we realized was, in the monsoons, the flow might be much, much more than what you see in this video. So we thought that wood would lose its strength over time, right? Wood would rot and its strength would reduce. So maybe we need to move to metal. So all of the islands till now were made of wooden structures. Even this next island is made of wooden. We integrated different kind of planting holes, bigger planting pods, and a planting slit in the same island, and we integrated it like this. This was another product variant. Yeah, I'll come to that river part again. I'll circle back. So this is a custom shaped island that we made. This was for beautification only, strong enough one of our team members. The same team member trying it out, standing on top of it. We integrated solar lights with it to make it beautiful and shine in the night. We tried different flowering species and all. So yeah, so this was one of our islands that was aimed primarily for beautification purposes and not for water treatment. So so we can make it in custom sizes as well. The next one, so this is the first metal island that we made. So the structure that you see on the outside is of iron with epoxy and anti-corrosive paint. So this is a circular metal island that we made. We again used it for beautification, see if it floated or not and how was its performance. We again integrated a few solar lights on top of the island just for experimental purposes. Tried out different beautiful materials. So that was next product variant. We thought, hey, why can't we make one for aquariums, right? So we made a very small one, 20 inches by 40 inches, had vetiver planted on top of it. And we just put it in one of the aquariums, hoping that eventually these roots would come in from the bottom and it would look really well. So this black material that you see, apart from the roots here, are biomedia. And so the roots have gone through that entire section of biomedia and then come out from the water. So another product variant we thought we could have. So anyways, people cover their aquariums, right? So that no bird can fly in or maybe try to eat this fish or whatever. So we thought this could serve as a dual purpose of a lid as well as a natural water treatment tool, because every now and then you would have to replace or replace the water in your aquarium tank, right? Because they begin to turn green. Maybe this could be a natural solution for that as well. Yeah. So this was a second metal island. This we made for Indore Municipal Corporation for the river. So after learning from Sabarmati riverfront experience that wooden islands, that a metal island would be much better in terms of strength for a river. So that's what we did. We made a metal island of this sort with the rings on side of it for anchoring. So this in the office, when we manufactured it, it weighed 200 kilograms. With soil and plants, it weighs about 400 to 500 kgs. That's why we needed a crane to put this in. We had attached chains from all sides and then put it on water. So this is the riverfront development that is happening in Indore. So that's where we installed it. And this can take up to 1000 to 1200 kgs of weight and still float on water. And being made of metal, this would stand the flowing waters in the river as well. As long as we have kept it strongly anchored to the side, it would not go away, because the structure is also strong. If the chains and the anchor are also strong, it would not go away in the monsoons. And we've had 2 monsoons since the time we planted this. Yeah, so that's one of the product innovations that we did for river, to make the islands of metal so that they're strong and that they don't really break. Suppose that, so another, but the problem still persists, right? Even wood would rot, so would metal, right? This might rot after 10 years or something, but it would still rot. So we thought, why not make islands made of plastic or recycled plastic or maybe FRP? So that's what we did. This is basically islands that we installed at Kannamangala Lake near Bangalore earlier this year. So we made 6 islands, again 1.2 by 1.2 meter size, with planting areas in between so that the roots can go in through these slits. We obviously have biomedia underneath these islands as well. So that's what we did. And then the islands eventually grow up and look to be very beautiful. Yeah, so that's what we did. We took the islands there, planted the plants, towed them away with the boat to exactly where they needed to be anchored. And then basically the nature takes its course. Yeah, so that has been our product journey. We made almost 15 types of floating islands eventually over time. So I would also like to show you how the roots emerge from one of the islands. So at this lake that we restored, right? Since we had planting holes, the roots here are pretty less. But this is how they emerge from underneath the water. Thought you'd really like seeing an underwater video with roots. So some of these root lengths measured up to almost 48 inches as well. So the longest root that I measured myself was about 48 inches long, one single root chain. So this is what, this acts like a physical barrier as well, and also like eating up all of the dissolved nutrients and all of that. So that's how the roots emerge from underneath the islands. And obviously the fishes just love it. They're good food, safety, oxygen, more oxygen near the roots. The fishes just absolutely love it. Yeah, so these are vetiver grass. The roots of this are basically cut after about 18 months. And these roots are used to make oil. This oil is the ingredient that goes into khas perfumes, right? So all of you would know coolers during the summer months, right? We put in khas perfume in those coolers. So those are made from the same vetiver grass. So besides water treatment or just supplying and installing a product, revenue could also be generated through certain of these things. That's another dimension to it. Yeah. So let me move on. Let me quickly check if we're on time. Yes. Not too late. Yes. Uh, yeah. So we've seen this. Right. So I'm sure almost all of you would have kind of understood what floating islands are, how they're made, how we're combining, let's say, civil engineering or structural engineering for the structure of the islands, metallurgical engineering in terms of when we used to when we make metal islands, principles from environmental engineering, botany, biofilm engineering as well. We're also looking to integrate a few electromechanical equipments on top of it as well. So besides islands that have just plants, maybe we could make islands that have testing equipment on top of it. Solar powered equipments which could tell you what is the dissolved oxygen in the water right now, what is the turbidity and all of those. And solar powered so that it's self-sustainable. That is one of our ideas for the future. We've already made islands made of metals. We are also including parts of recycled plastic in our islands. Rather than using virgin plastic, we're trying to use recycled plastic. We're trying to make islands that can support trees, right? So we made an island roughly the size of a double bed, that metal one, this one. So this is roughly the size of a double bed, and this can take up to 1,000 kilograms, right? So I'm pretty sure we can integrate trees on top of the islands as well. Maybe banana tree to begin with, but other trees as well in the future. Maybe islands with fountain lights and other aesthetic equipment such as statues or something like that as well. Islands with testing equipments. Islands that can have underwater viewing galleries so that you can go on the island, go underwater without like a completely covered portion around you, but you are underwater and you can see the fishes and the view underwater. I think that could also be one of the great ideas. Besides this, we're also trying to create floating nurseries, right? So maybe cultivate vetiver or some other plants on top of it, which could also help generate revenue. So maybe some kind of cash crops as well. Small islands for aquariums, so maybe even bigger islands that can cover 30 to 70% of the lakes. Maybe in areas, for example, in Maharashtra where water is really a problem, where it rains good for monsoon, but by the time summer comes, the water bodies have dried up. So it can help in reducing evaporation as well. So we are trying to use different ideas as well. So any questions till now? I'll take a pause. I think we just have past last 2-3 slides left. Any questions, anyone? Doubts, suggestions, anything?
Hello. Sir, in your experience, is there any failure by the time of growth of plants with the duration of 1 year or 2 years? So because of plant growth, weight also increases. And is there any sinking of your floating tub like this?
Not sinking, but toppling. What I mean by that is, for example, this island, right? This measures as 20 inches by 40 inches. If something grows on top of it, which is let's say 6 feet tall, right? This is just 1.5 feet wide, and if something grows 6 feet tall on top of it, it might topple. So that is one thing you have to be sure of. For example, islands that are wider would be much stable and they won't really topple. But even this island of ours had toppled once because the plants had grown up to 7.5 feet. You see, this is just 4 feet, the width of this, but the plants are already at almost 5-6 feet and they would grow even taller. So this had toppled once. So then we kind of realized that making broader or bigger islands makes much more sense that they don't really topple. So that is one learning that we've had over time. Yeah. And in terms of drowning, not really, because you see the weights that we have, right? We're taking a lot of factor of safety. Whatever happens, our island should not drown. Because over time, the weight of the plants grow, their weight on the island increases. Often someone would go and stand on the island, etc., etc. So we ensure that we make islands so strong that they don't really drown. We have that much factor of safety. We ensure we take that much factor of safety. Does that answer your question, sir?
Okay.
So there's a question in the chat box that during summer, what if the root gets anchored?
Yes. So when the water body runs out of water, it can't float, right? It go and settle and sit on the bottom of the lake or bottom of the river, stream, whatever. The roots might take might kind of try to take hold of the soil underneath. But remember this, under a water body, the soil is always very muddy. It's not solid. It's always muddy. So even if the roots take hold of that, whenever the water comes in back again, it floats, right? Because the buoyant force on top of it is about, let's say it's 100 kg or 500 kgs is trying to bring it up because of the buoyancy force. Even if one or two of few roots take hold, you can either cut it or it comes up naturally because the buoyant force is so strong, it can't really keep itself attached to the bottom of a few roots might touch and go unattached, but as the water fills in, it automatically comes up. That's why, that is one of the reasons why we had to make our structures so strong, right? Because if the water disappears and it goes and sits at the bottom of the lake, there may be rocks. It might be sitting awkwardly and in an angle on top of one of the rocks. So the island should be strong enough to bear the brunt of this. And even if the roots attach, the soil is very, excuse me, the soil is very muddy. It's like mud and very swampy underneath the water bodies. Even when the water disappears, it would stay muddy for at least 1 or 2 more months. So then not a problem. It really does not get attached that strong and it can come up again on its own. Yes. Any other question? I'll move on. Yes. So in terms of how we're going about it, yeah. So what we're doing is, besides direct sales, like anybody who wants to buy floating islands can contact us directly, and we have a distribution channel to supply to the government. So these are 2 major revenue streams. But I think I would really like to bring your attention on this PPP model. So a PPP model or a public-private partnership or a BOT, build, operate, transfer model is something that we're trying to work on. So please don't look at the photos right now and just bring your attention to what I'm saying, right? So for example, when government has to build highways, right, and it does not have the money, what it does is it invites private contractors to come in who put in money from their own pocket, builds these highways, and then they recover their money through toll booths over 5, 8, 10 years, whatever. So this is an example of BOT or public-private partnership, right? What if we could adopt a similar model for restoring water bodies, right? Imagine I could approach Indore Municipal Corporation or any government for that matter and tell them, hey, you want to restore water bodies, you don't have a budget, no problem. I will put money through my own pocket, restore the water bodies, put in floating islands, aerators, plants, benches. I will restore the water bodies myself by putting in the investment through my pocket. And I'll try to generate revenue through multiple sources and kind of recover that investment. Maybe for a 3 to 5 years, I can recover the investment and transfer it to you in a BOT kind of model. Or me and the government could get into a revenue sharing model, 50-50, 80-20, whatever the financials number work out to be. So this is one of the designs that we made. So this is the direction we were really heading towards, right? Because we used to make islands and then supply to the government and wait for the governments to buy. But post-COVID, government does not really have the funds. For restoring water bodies anyways used to be in the last priority list. Post-COVID, they say, hey, we have no funds. So what do we do? So that's why we wanted to innovate and say, hey, if the government has no funds, no problem. We'll put in the funds. And then we'll restore the water bodies. That is primary. And then maybe recover our investment through different things, right? So we could use the same wetland plants. So this is what we created, 1,000 square feet island with a 250 square feet middle area and 750 square feet of plants around it. So it would help clean the water, beautify, restore the ecology. So it's good for the lake. And what I want to do is basically I want to monetize this 250 square feet in the middle. So maybe if I put in a floating car and ask for advertisement fees from the car company, or maybe let people take pre-wedding shoots, or let them do yoga or an exercise on this, right? This could help me monetize it. So advertisement, maybe tourism could be one way. So maybe taking tickets for people to enter might not be the best idea, but maybe a possible revenue source. Boating is one way how we can commercialize and recover our investment to restore the water bodies. Fishing could be one way. Maybe establishing a plants nursery. So we have a lot of buffer zone around the lakes, right? So all of these could be used to propagate plants and maybe make a nursery to cover the expenses. The caretaker who would take care of the island on the nursery could live at the lake itself. Sorry, is there any question?
Yes, anybody would like to speak to sir? Probably there was a disturbance, sir. I would like to add that you can even make a floating restaurant over it. People would love to have it.
Yeah, a floating restaurant could also work. Maybe if there was a underwater gallery here, right? I could put an inverted dome at the center part where you could go inside the dome and see different ideas, right? Just so we're trying to work towards this. So because the government isn't really buying right now, and if we could do this right, let me cover the other commercial aspects how we could do that. Besides the plants nursery, we maybe could grow seaweed, right? So seaweed grow like creepers, or Hindi mein jo bale bolte hain. So those would grow vertically and go downward in the water. They grow underwater. Those could be grown. I mentioned vetiver or other kinds of farming. Oysters can also be grown underwater. So monetize through any way that is acceptable to the government, to the community, and also does not harm, but only does good to the water body. So a lot of these ways we can monetize it. And imagine this: if we are able to, what I have to do is basically I have to balance the two sides of the equation: cost of setting up floating islands and the maintenance and the maintenance I generate revenue I can generate yearly, right? If I'm able to kind of get that payback period down to 3 years or something, believe me, I think we would have won the global battle for restoring water bodies, right? Because then the government needs absolutely no funds. I could go to, let's say, I could go to any city and say, hey, give all your 25 lakes and 4 rivers on lease to me. I will ensure they stay restored, the water stays clean. And through private funding, these water bodies can be restored. So that is one way that is one direction that we're trying to work towards. I think if you're able to crack this model, we could win the global battle for restoring water bodies. So that is one thought that we're working on. A thought would share this with you because the audience present here today are very elite, right? You come in from different fields of science and engineering. I might have breadth of these engineering fields from biomedical, like biofilm engineering to civil to structural. All of you are experts in your respective fields. A lot of suggestions can come in, a lot of ideas can come in from you. So I would really like to hear from you of what you think of this and the entire presentation of product in general. So thought we would share this as an idea for the future. Thank you. Yeah, so I'd like to invite questions, suggestions, anything.
That was a very wonderful session, sir. I'm very inspired by the work you have done. The journey was wonderful, and the way you narrated it was very eye-capturing. It was like a story you told about yourself. So that was very nice, and we all are very fond of stories, whether people admit it or not. We are a child at our heart still. So that's a wonderful thing. The way you have told it, that was also awesome. We thank you, sir,
Thank you.
from the proper bottom of my heart that you accepted my request, that you took time out of the schedule and you came online. The weekdays were a bit challenging, but you accepted on the weekend. Thank you so much, sir, for devoting your time, and the way you have worked is very inspirational, sir.
Thank you. Thank you
So
for this opportunity, ma'am.
thank you so much, sir. As of now, I don't find any question in the chat box, but a lot of comments. The one thing which a participant has asked is, are there any non-government project sponsors? I will request to share any one challenge you faced to convince.
So I have only received 2 government projects till now. All of the others have been private projects funded through CSR funds, right? The lake that I mentioned, this Kannamangala Lake in Bangalore, this is funded through CSR funds, corporate social responsibility funds. This is a government project from the Municipal Corporation. This is another government project for Sabarmati Riverfront. for these projects, these are private schools, private research facilities. So that's the problem that I'm actually facing, right? Working with the government, because this is a relatively new product, right? Most people don't really know about floating islands. First, I have to educate them as to what this is, what benefit it would give them. Then it comes to, okay, kahin lagaya hai, kahin tender nikla hai, have you implemented anywhere? Because for any government body to be the first to this, it might raise questions on them, right? It makes it much more easier for them if a tender or a work order was issued somewhere. And so government, working with the government has its own issues, right? Let me not get into most of the stuff, but let's say making a tender, drafting the tender. And since only a few companies in India are doing this, and like just 4 to 5 people in India are doing this, and less than 20 people worldwide. So you don't have competition. You might have to put in dummy companies of your own. Or another problem with working with the government is the payment terms. So being manufacturers, we only work on 100% advance, and the government really does not give advance. So even that is another issue. Okay, don't give us advance, but please, the government should at least ensure that they pay us on time, right? If we supply to the government, you might not get payment for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. Even then, you might get part payments. So not the best. I think that is one of the challenges to work with the government. And since this is a primarily B2G sector, we have no option but to work with the government. So maybe we're trying JM portals as well, government e-marketplace and other things. I know it will be a slow start, but once people realize the benefit of this, see this in Indore and other places, this will pick up. I know it is a few months, a few years down the line. But anyway, so I told you, right, water body restoration is still in the R&D phase and still very early. I expect it to grow really well in the times to come.
Thank you so much, sir.
But
That was really wonderful.
Yeah.
Very wonderful. And at the tender age which you have grown, that's very inspiring, sir. And we look forward to you. We hope to see you personally in future sometime. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session. And thank you.
Thank you.
From all the participants side also, they have complimented, sir, that it was a wonderful session.
Alright, great. So I think I'll stop sharing my screen and look at the wonderful comments that left.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, I would like to remind you that we were supposed to share the heavy metals and some specific plants, or if you could share.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, you have his email address. You can directly contact him. He would definitely love to share the information.
Brother Priyanshu, I would like to congratulate you. This is a really wonderful session, and I will be personally contact you. And very soon we are arranging one webinar on I would like to invite on that personally. Thank you very much. I must have to congratulate. It was very wonderful, nice one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to it. So I'm posting my email address and phone number again in the chat. Those of you who like maybe personally get in touch with me can do that.
Yes, sir. I got it. Your email address. I'll be contacting soon.
Okay.
Good morning, Vimal, sir.
Yeah, very good morning. Now I'm ready to discuss.
Sir, shall I introduce you and then we'll be proceeding with the session? So, a very good morning to Vimal Katiyar, sir, and to all the participants. We proceed with the next session, which will be taken by Professor Vimal Katiyar. He is the Dean Research and Development at IIT Guwahati, the coordinator of Center of Excellence for Sustainable Polymers, IIT Guwahati, the coordinator for NRL Center of Excellence for Sustainable Materials, and the coordinator of DBT Center of Excellence on Biofuels and Biocommodities, DBT Terre. He is the president of SPSI Northeast Chapter, visiting professor at the Gifu University, Gifu, Japan, senior fellow, Kyoto Institute of Technology, Kyoto, Japan, the chair professor of MP Birla Group of Companies. He has been a postdoctoral fellow at RISO National Laboratory for Sustainable Energy, DTU, Denmark, a doctor of philosophy in chemical engineering from IIT Bombay, postgraduate MTech in chemical engineering from IIT Kanpur, a graduate from Harcourt Butler Technology Institute, Kanpur. His key research areas are synthetic and natural polymers, polymer processing, biothermoset, nanobiocomposites, organic solar cells, toxicological studies, clean energies, with an expertise of greater than 15 years. And we are privileged to have you with us, sir, today. And it is an honor to interact with you. And I would specifically say that it is an opportunity created by the COVID pandemic that we can interact on virtual platform with eminent personalities like you. I thank you so much, sir, for taking out time from a busy schedule. And I request you to please start with the session, sir. I hope the sharing screen option is enabled towards your side.
So thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, sir. You're very clear,
okay.
Sir.
So the fact that the topic you have given having no relevance with the introduction, what you have given with the my research areas, but the fact that I'm very happy that those researches are very relevant as per the new education policy has been framed in order to nurture the sustainable development goals, connecting the sustainable development goal with our new policies, especially not only at the higher education but also at the school and college level. So I would like to talk upon all this. And certainly, if there will be if the time permit, I would like to talk about my own research. As you rightly mentioned that we work in very much in a polymeric area, but with a different, our mandate is to develop or provide materials or polymers which are sustainable in nature, can, I mean to say, the polymer which can be bio-based, which can be biodegradable, but at the same time it has to serve the application or the service life, which are that would be a more or less same what we are using. I mean to say, we are targeting with the conventional polymers. So that is what my area, and I would like to talk about it. And today I am really feel privileged that you have given us such an important topic to speak with. And as you know that this is a policy document, so I would not take the liberty to talk beyond the context. We'll talk very much onto the what has been framed in the National Education Policy 2019 and the edition which has just the last week our Honorable Prime Minister have also launched on the anniversary of this new education policies. The new mandate has been taken. You might heard and you might have listened our Honorable Prime Minister, sir, on this. He has inaugurated many other policies in line with the National Education Policy 2019, and especially for the school, college, as well as the higher education system, more holistic approach has been taken this time, so that there will be a complete development of the students would be ensured through our education system. So in this policy overview, I would like to touch upon a few aspects that is there in the policy, mostly the higher education component, how we could derive the school or school education system. There are the responsibility amongst the teachers to bring the holistic education for the students at different level. So what would be what is the part of in order to nurture the teachers as well at different level? Professional education is also a big component here. More or less, the vocational education is also a very important part of the new education policy. More importantly, the National Research Foundation has been created and it is in the process, and that has also been involved in the new education policy. This is a really a different a kind of a paradigm shift with the current R&D activities of the nation. Here we would like to, say this particular foundation is going to consider, the holistic R&D activities of the nation, mostly on the thrust areas. And certainly I would like to touch upon this, and possibly we really seek, this is the discussion topic, and it's always need to be improved, such kind of the document. So the suggestions should be welcome from each and every one of you, those who are a part of our teaching community and as well as all the students, because the fundamental purpose of the new education policies as that to the student has to be a one day it will be a complete their holistic development should take place, and wherever the gaps we have to address well before, so that it should not be delayed. Important is now the technological intervention in the education is very important. You might be thinking that what the COVID is going on, and during this COVID, the efficient, though it is kind of a blessing in disguise, but now education is continuing, and each one of us, whether it's a teacher, professors, or the students of a different level, we now communicated, we are continuing our education through a e-portal, through e-medium. See, now we have reached maybe more than 5 to 10 years ahead, that how to deliver and how to reach efficiently and deliberate the knowledge what we have to the last student, or who is deprived, and the things resources are not there to communicate to the each and every one, whether with the different constraints. So that way, if you really see that during the last 1 year, the significant effort and the progress has been made. Frankly speaking, somehow I would like to tell you, I really see the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister in this COVID situation. Now we are effectively doing all the education. It is because of the digital revolution that what he forecast beforehand, before a couple of years, and that nurture the ecosystem for the in the country, and that is why we all are comfortable right away, right now, and we are delivering our all possible knowledge to the students, and we could, though there lot need to be done further, but we have effectively exercised this the e-education. Earlier we were thinking that the e-education or educate technology in the education, how it's going to work and whether it will be effective or not. Certainly now we validated that it is very important, very time efficient way to communicate with the students, with the thought process, and especially not only with the one teacher, one professor. It's going to be we can always bring, depending on the requirement of the students, we can create a human intervention, technology education, to create an education for the for the students, even we will be far from their position. So we'll be going to discuss the adult education is very important these days, especially on the higher education institutions, and that has also been implemented effectively in the new education policy. The languages, this is very important aspect of promoting the Indian languages. I have no side that I'm not good in English. I need not to be, as long as I'm going to communicate with my people in an effective manner, and our understandings will develop, and then we could able to create a new ecosystem in the line of the different verticals in the education. It's effective, and and it is my personal, when I saw in the education, even there in a higher education also, even some of the IITs also, it is started that the Indian language can be adopted to teach the students. Can you imagine these kind of paradigm shift has come? And I am no shy. I would like to tell you many countries, if you see the Russia, you see, Germany, you see, Japan, you see, all these, they have their content, their education, their all their education content in their own native languages. So promoting a native languages is very important. And sometime what it has been realized, that the students are very good with their brain, and very good, very nicely can thought, having a very good thought process, and he could able to implement, but the fact that he always struggle that how to communicate the best, because he has to communicate in the other language and the foreign language. Why it is necessary? Thought science, the science and technology, especially at higher education, it should not have a barrier like language. And that is what most of the effort of our students are going into, how perfectly you can deliberate, rather thinking about the content of the deliberations. Okay, so I think this is very important point. Financing the education and finance in education is a very important aspect when we are going with the technological world. These are important, but the fact that considering that the government has to do everything, it's not. Now we have to come up with the new areas, new ideas, new interventions, new ventures to venture to be established in order to share the finance in the education. And that what there is promotion like Rashtriya Shiksha Ayog, and I'm very happy now the name of our education, I mean to say the ministry is a Ministry of Education, Shiksha Mantralaya, that is also with the vision of our Honorable Union Minister Dr. Pokhriyal sir. He brought it, it itself, the name itself changed, that what we have to focus on the education, we have to focus on the Shiksha, and very much into it. Whatever the hurdles are there, we have to remove, and it has to be a collective effort from each of one of us, whether it is a teacher, professors, students, guardian, and anyone, because education does not have any boundaries. It's beyond the boundaries, and that is the, I mean to say, the fundamental right of the students, and it has to be reached. I mean, to each and every child of this nation, and it has to be reached. I'm sorry, it understood that we could not. We still need to reach a part. I mean, significantly, significantly more effort is needed in these lines. So if you're really going to see the new education policy, the mission and vision, the more importantly, our education should be sustainable, equitable, the quality, they should be having a high quality, and it should be vibrant and having a degree of freedom. We have to assess each and every year and time that how we could able to to have an effective education which will be going to provide the holistic development of our child, our children's, and to the adults. So that is very important. It should not be. It should be a dynamic, that is what we really appreciate to the government, that even the policy has been launched last year and the subsequent edition has come this year. So it shows the dynamism in the education policy, education system, and that is very, very much important. Here you can say the equitable is very important. It has to, whatever we if we prosperous or if we have having a liability, it has to be distributed and among all the stakeholders of this. When we talk about the high quality, and that has been brought into the national education policy, and the quality is not only in the higher education but also in the school education, whether it is related to the financing the education or providing a professional education to the school level. Now it is important we have to create an ecosystem, even our secondary and higher secondary schools also. The students will not only be reading a book or a textbook, but they should have their holistic development. They should understand and they should inculcate the knowledge, the professional knowledge. It is not that when they will be in engineering, medical, on these kind of courses that they should, I mean to say, have a thought process, but their thought process should nurture at the school level. That's very important, so that they should be mentally prepared that how they are going to contribute to the nation in their preferential areas and preferential knowledge, and where they would like to contribute. That's a very, very important point, and where the government putting a lot of effort to nurturing these school students, the professional aptitude into the school students. Also, the adult education is very important. That is also a part of it. As I have already described all this all discussion, I've discussed the National Research Foundation. So this is all different aspect which has been covered in the national education policy. Ultimately, when we talk about the education should provide a perpetual development, and the perpetual development of mankind. That is very important at any level, whether it is going to be a preschool, school, college, or the professional, or even though those who are professional, they should also educate themselves. Technology is moving so fast. It's changing in a different, in most of the research areas, the technology is changing. And though if we really want to be a competitive globally, then we have to adopt and we have to have capability to refurbish ourselves in order to match the pace of the global countries. I mean, being a global country. So it's going to be this policy is really going to help us on this way. So in case of a higher education institutions, these are some thought process which has been brought into the policy. Very important that the focus on high quality liberal education. You know, the policy is now talking about making a credit bank. Your institutions might be a private institution or the government state institution or the national NITs or IIT, but the student should have a right, if he is capable. Just a minute. I'm in a meeting, I'll call you soon. I'm sorry for this interruption. But the fact that now the credit bank has to be made and the students can fulfill their aspirations to study in any of the institution if he or she find that this course is very important and that he has to go with that education. Not only the colleges, but also the government is promoting MOOC courses. There are many various the courses has been started through YouTube mode and through the continuing education program. So it is really going to give a lot of flexibility to the student. In other part of the world, this was happened before that the students will be having a flexible course curriculum and the grade the floating grade sheet, and now it is this policy has also adopted this, and that is really a very welcome move for the especially for the students. And more importantly, there are we understood that there are entry and exit levels are also defined. If some student has gone into the one particular course and really they would like to may not be may realize that okay, one particular level is enough for them, they could able to get another part, substituted degree even before the final completion of the course, and they can exit the program and they can go with the other whatever they want. These kind of the flexibility not only deliberated on these kind of the NEP, but also they started practicing in some of the institutions. So we have to provide a flexibility to the students. So the liberal education is very, very important, and most important that creating a conducive learning environment. Yes, it is very important. We should not force the student, and we have to provide all the possible means that the student should get educated by very many ways. So the learning environment is very important. Sometimes these days I also realize the if a student is okay taking a classes and the same time learning with the different platforms, so that has to be encouraged. And yeah, if you're really going to talk about the infrastructure is a very essential part of the education, and it seems like government is putting a lot of effort over improving the infrastructure of the not only the big institution but at a grassroots level, at the school level, at the you know even the village level Anganwadi Kendras, and also they are also being very effective in nurturing a translational, vocational, as well as a fundamental education to their nearby. So up to that level, the institute and I mean to say government is providing all the possibilities to nurture these things. So the infrastructure and all the infrastructure at all level is very, very important. But frankly speaking, the nurturing education, the nurturing a thought process among the children are very important. And very, very important, I would like to tell you, the patriotism, bringing them that they are developing themselves for this great nation, and the feeling bringing to them that they really one day they will be going to contribute to the nation. I think this aspiration, this thought process is very, very important among the students. And so this will be really going to be having a goal of this level or mission at this level among our students at any level. It's going to be school, college, or like us, we have to be thrive every day. And when we are learning and taking any challenges with our wisdom, that how we are going to contribute to this nation in a in a best possible manner. It's not a time bound throughout the life. Certainly, this all system, what we are discussing here, that will be in place, and if there will be any certain limitations, that will be overcome with this thought process. So the few things that what I understand, I really feel that I'm deliberating. Few words are these words are mine, might not be there in the policy. So when we talk about the new educational architecture, we talk about the revamping the higher education system, create world-class institution across the country. Now you know that government is very keen, and you might have seen there is a NIRF ranking. Government created a various ways to self-identify that where the institutions are lying and how they can uplift themselves. It is not only the global ranking, but also we in country, we have our own ranking to rank the institutions. Ranking is not that finding the inferior or superior institutions. Ranking has been given so that we can identify, we do our SWOT analysis, and we could able to improve as institutions. We could able to improve wherever the limitations are there. So at least some level of benchmark has been given, and it is basically dynamic in nature. And it gives a kind of a lot of gradient to work, not only for the, especially for the organizers, administrators, and we are also as a teacher, we are also part of it. So that is very important, and it gives, and we really want that if we have the infrastructure, we would like to bring all our children to the schools. When I say infrastructure, we say the ecosystem. Not only the financial ecosystem, but also the way we project our schools, colleges to the students. That thought process also need to be inculcated among the students. So if you can see here, at the down, we create a large, well resource, vibrant and autonomous multidisciplinary institution for teaching and research, significantly expanding reach and capacity while building a strong educational communities. This is a very important aspect of this policy. Focus the world-class research and high-quality teaching across all the discipline. See, when we talk about the research, and I will going to talk further on how to create a world-class research ecosystem, that again it has come, the thought process, it also whether we would like to create, because you know the country, India as a country, whole world knows that we are great in a frugal innovations. We do many innovations, even though we could not able to connect it with the scientific thought process, but we used to do it. Now it is the time to identify all small and the big innovations which has been done and practicing in the country to the scientific manner, and globally it has to be projected as a technologies from the country. These kind of the missions are very important. That is why the government is very keen and providing all this scope and reaching to the about these policies. And okay, so you know there are Mission Nalanda and Mission Takshila will be launched to catalyzing the new institutional architectures. So if we talk about the ancient history and the knowledge system, you know, it is unparalleled in the globe. But the fact that now we have to have a voice to speak at that level where our ancient education architecture were and the knowledge were there. So that is the great responsibility among us, that we speak on that particular pace and have to have our own thought process at that particular that level. So you can see that all institutions will be either universities or degree granting autonomous colleges. The substantial public investment to expend, I mean to say that I already pointed out the public investment is has to be promoted, and also it has to, I mean to say, all the stakeholder has to be participate in this. And the more importantly, you see, when we talk about the infrastructure, it is basically sometime having a limitation with the geography as well. But we all are having an equal right to get the same educational level, I mean to say educational infrastructure, irrespective of geography or any other aspect. So that is a very important parameter. I would like to tell you that I'm here discussing with you from the northeastern part of this great nation, and we really felt that the level of development, not only in the education but in all the holistic manner it's going on, is really commendable. And we really felt that now these boundaries, geographical boundaries, are minimizing, and I mean to say reducing, and I mean to say geographical boundary in the sense geographical limitation because of the geography. So the fact that we are doing very well and lot need to be done, and that has been emphasized in this policy as well. So the liberal education, I have already mentioned that I also told about the liberal education, more imaginative and broad-based liberal education, the holistic development of the student. I mean to say, we advocate that when the students, just a minute, I recall, recently, even yesterday, I seen that IIT Kanpur BOG, Board of Governors, they have come up with a new way of thought process. They said even the 5th year the student, if they don't want to do their coursework, it's allowed. They just to satisfy their dream. Can you imagine? This is also my thought process, frankly speaking. When I was in a childhood, when I wanted to go for the engineering and higher education, I had a dream. I thought that this what I have to do it one day for my nation. One day I have to satisfy my aspirations as a student. But its education should not be confined only within the grade system. It has to be a holistic, it has to be a contributory in nature. That is why these NEP policies are very, very relevant and very important for all of us. I gave you example what happened yesterday, IIT Kanpur. Please try to read, might be in newspapers, it might have highlighted. I read somewhere, I would like to, and excuse me if I dreamed it this last night, I could not even recognize, but the fact that now the students can go with their own aspirations, open their companies, open their product and processes. They can take a leave for a semester. They can leave in the sense they have to adopt. They can learn the entrepreneurship. They can learn on those aspects. So that level of freedom now these higher education institutions are providing to the student, and these are very, very relevant, very important, especially when we talk about the institution like IITs, Indian Institute of Technologies. We are responsible for the technologies, to bring the technology to the nation. It is very, very important, a lot of responsibilities with us. So education should also be transformed. We have to educate our students. We are representing a billion people to the nation, and we are very few percentage who are representing in a higher education system. It is our responsibility to create those technologies which can give a sustainable livelihood, sustainable empowerment to each part of the condition. The humans. So the fact that we should not always seek ourselves to be a service I mean to say, job seeker, we have to provide the job to the rest of our countrymen. So we have to nurture ourselves. Means we as a professor, we have to nurture our the students, and the student themselves should understand that their requirement is really very important for growth of this country. So the technological ecosystem is a really very important, and industrialization is very important. And you please try to, if the students are there, try to make them yourself to provide a job instead of a job seekers. It's a tough place, it's a tough path, but certainly the glory will be yours once you will be achieve all these things. So that is there. So you just see the other component has been brought into the policy. The flexible, as I have already mentioned, the imaginative and flexible curricular structure will be enable creative combination of discipline of studies. That is very important. It means I'm an engineer, I'm doing a chemical engineering, but I cannot change my life has been set throughout the life. I'm going to deliver this. This thought process needs to be changed. With this, you can always be divert. You can always take the flexible education even at the higher education. Next, you can understand that the graduate level, whether master and doctors, will provide a rigorous research-based specialization. That is very important component. See, the undergraduate degree may be 3 to 4 years. The institute may offer multiple exit option. I have already told you, this is very relevant. I think we have to be flexible. The students should be flexible. In that, if they could not, please, what is my say to the students, if they are there, do whatever you thought about, what you wanted to do it, not do forcefully. Okay, so the policy is giving ample opportunities to among the students that they can change, they can work as per their willingness and their requirement. Okay, so sometime what happened, 4-year bachelor courses, now some of the institution, even they started to giving a degree in 3 years. If you really felt that there is a 3 Idiot, there was a movie you might have seen. After a 4-year completion, that one student was saying no, he wanted to go for a photographer rather going with the mechanical engineering. It is the freedom has to be given to the student. Okay, there is no time, there should not be any boundary. So that way the education has to be provided, and that has been brought to this particular policy. So you can see the certain professional streams may only have a 4-year durations for the undergraduate, but flexibilities can be given. An institute will have a flexibility to offer different design of master's programs, and that is what I said for one bachelor degree. I told that what has been happened yesterday with the one news what I heard from IIT Kanpur, that these kind of the flexibilities that the institution have started providing to the institutes. Creating a conducive learning environment. From the beginning I discussed the effective pedagogies are important at the school level. At the school level, there is no need to burden a student, even the primary school students, or to burden with the writing, reading, mugging up. There is no time. Earlier, there was not a resources where we have only a books to keep all the books in a brain, but now education system is changed. Information, retrieving the information is changed. So education should also be a change. It has to be a joyful, though it should be rigorous education that has to be adopted and chosen by the student, not forced by us. That is very important, and there is no place of forced education in the new education policy. That has to be inculcated, and it has to be with the interest. It is based on the demand. it has to be a joyful education system, and curriculum has to be designed in the similar fashion. Engaging the effective pedagogies, that is also very important. Now you know that we are discussing the same content through the e-portals. We are discussing with not only the straightforward, but the many in the form of videos, in the form of stories, in form of the plays, in the form of sports. That different concept has to be introduced so that the education should not be a burden for the student. It should be a kind of a joyful exercise and the lifestyle for them. Education should not be because education is a throughout the life we are gaining education. So that concept has to be nurtured, and it is the job of the teacher. Okay, so the holistic development of the students are very important on this particular line. Okay, so I'm keep on doing. Please tell me where I have to stop. I think I have around 1 hour 30 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Please, you might be feeling that it's all literature going on, but it's my thought process. Frankly, what I really felt about it. I'm discussing, and most welcome. You can interrupt me when you are not. Because very important, education should be interactive. Education should be both way. There is no place for just believe me. No, no, not really required. Just if you have a conflict, you have to discuss, you have to interact. That is what very important when we talk about the effective pedagogy. Okay, so
That's true, sir.
and have to have a parallel freedom to the students. Students are not that whatever I'm teaching they have to adopt it. No, they have to go with. There are many ways they can see the similar content. They can nurture their own thought process. We should not put in our thought process to their brain. They have to inculcate their new innovative thought process about the similar subject. And sometimes we have to nurture, and they have to give these kind of different aspects to other students also. So that is what, when I say effective pedagogy, it's very important. And mostly we try to nurture the education and the knowledge through a kind of a fun way. It's not always important that we should have a serious education. Education with a keep on doing, okay, you have to be a 90 minutes, keep on learning, that's finished. Mostly we have, so what is important? The important is that we are going to put so much syllabus, so much courses in the very small period of time, that even though faculty like us, we do not have a time even to relook what I taught to the student. And what they learn, even they don't have a time that after a semester what they did, I mean to say what they did in a previous semester. So these things may not, has to be a bit changed. That is why the flexible and curriculum, the emphasis has been given on flexible curriculum and the curriculum based on innovations. It's very important, curriculum based on the innovation. What I would like to tell you, when I started my talk, I started with the sustainability. The fact that in basically holistic understanding is very important, especially for the we all are engineer, especially for the higher education institution like us. Today if you talk about if the one string in your umbrella, it's not going to work. It's not going to relieve you with the rainfall. You have to have a complete blanket with the multiple strings on it. Then only you can save with the rain. What I exactly wanted to tell you, that the students should have the holistic approach and holistic thought process. I would like to be happy to tell you, IIT Guwahati has started, it's the first time, sustainable development goal. It is a compulsory course. I mean to say, it's a very joyful course. one course, which is having a 2 classes every week, teaching by all the department. Can you imagine whether it is a HSS, whether it's a chemical engineering, civil engineering, mechanical, electrical, electronics, computer science, chemistry, biology, all the professors are teaching and they are telling what is their goal, what is the kind of a sustainable, what are the best research they are doing, and how to adopt the sustainability aspect onto the research, and bringing all the students together to nurture the thought process to make the umbrella rather than going to make individual strings if they are going for a new innovations, because innovative word need your holistic development so that you can cook a technology which is going to be helpful for the grassroots level. That is what very important. And this is we understood this. Most of the time our PhD student graduates with a 1 paper, 2 papers. They count that, okay, the 2 research paper they have delivered, now they can get the degree. They should not be trained to get the degree. They have to become become a PhD. That is very important. That can only be possible when the holistic in education, the knowledge can be given to them, especially to cater to create a sustainable innovations, the innovation which can help to the society at large. That can only be possible once whether it is all the aspect of the technologies and society, environment, health, human interactions, interventions, human resource development should be a collective part of the education, and it has to go with among the students. So that is what my thought process. So that's what it has been brought, like academic, financial, emotional supports has to be provided for the better outcome. That is what I told. The government has taken so many initiatives. Sometime you might have realized, I'm sorry to tell you, one student might be feeling that I'm studying here. My friend is studying in another institution. This institution is at this level. My institution is another level. Now the barrier is not like that. If the students are feeling like this, it is their only thought process where the knowledge is everywhere. Now government have started so many portals where the eminent professors and scientists, they are delivering their lectures. Your own professors are delivering your lectures. Now it is you who can learn from these videos, these lectures, and trying to develop your holistic thought process in your subject area. That is very important. So if you are taking excuse that because the education I am not able to deliver because I studied here, or I am great that I could able to because he taught me or who taught me, this is not a constraint these days. With the effective management of the education that has been provided. So here I would like to tell you one thing. The positive thought process, we have to inculcate the positive thought process among the students. Positive thought process that they can do anything, they can receive the knowledge, and the fact that if they are not satisfied with my deliberation, they have many of options. They read, they can do, they can discuss with me. Sometimes I am not feeling shame that my student is telling me that, sir, okay, you have to adopt this particular component also in order to have effective teaching. Yes, teacher has to be a student. Okay, and throughout the life, before teaching a class, we have to be a student in order to have a best teacher in the class. The way, so these things are there. I'm sorry, I'm just bringing it, putting my perspective also while telling this. So as I mentioned, the energize, engage capable faculty members. Frankly speaking, in the fact that if you say the capable faculty members, the capability cannot be defined at the intake of the faculties and all. It is just empowering the faculty. Those who are teaching, we have to empower them. We have to provide the resources to them. We have to give what best we, I mean, as a administration of the organization and the institutions, or the policy makers, they have to empower our faculty, I mean the faculty members, and nurture the thought process that and define the role of the importance of the teachers and the professors. That is very, very important, and that is what is required. Many ways it can be awarded, it can be rewarded, giving excellence, and yeah, it's always, if someone is performing well, reward is always be not a problem. Okay, we have to identify, we have to see, we have to make the difference in the sense that the driving force is very important. That is what my understanding says. So there are many ways that how you can get the capable this one, and it has been brought in like faculty requirement will be academic, will having academic expertise, the teaching capacities, and dispositions with the public services. There are many clause are there. See, it is sometime we felt X is in the permanent position, I'm in a tenure track position, someone is in a contract position. Ultimately, we all are a teacher. When we are inside the classroom, we have to deliver, we have to do our best. Our stakeholders are the students. Okay, during that period, I mean, we should not think. I realize the most of the time we are worried about the future instead of the present. Okay, so the fact that if I'm delivering, if I'm a teacher, if I'm getting the remuneration, we have to deliver and deliver in a best effective manner. I think this is the most prestigious position, the teaching position, research, I mean to say our position where we represent, and we do not have any scope of in comparison because we all are doing the same thing. That is what it has been mentioned here. So the possibility, the government will bring everyone at the same level, and the fact that they want, okay, the teach you are getting by we are worried about 20 years, 30 years. It is also my thought process. I have to see my content, my student, my deliberations for this year, if this institute or that institute doesn't matter for me. So those kind of attitude has to be developed. So this is an important slide for few of, I mean to say for us, all of us, what as I'm in one institution, I'm also a teacher and the researcher, but I really felt every day my life goes from a morning to the night, how to nurture my students, how to do the meaningful research, how to contribute to the nation. And these three aspects is sufficient to live a joyful and happy life for me. And I'm sure I will continue, I keep on doing because nation needs me. So that thought process is very important among us, either this side or your side. That is going to suffice the purpose, I think. Thank you. Next. So the governance is very important. That's what we really need. That it is a responsibility of the higher education, the responsibility of the governing bodies that they should take care of this. They have to behave ethically as well. Okay, so the independent, this is the independent self-governance governed higher educational institutions with capable and ethical leadership. It's very important. It's very important. How we could be, there is a ways it can be developed. They must be having an independent board. Board should not interfere into the day-to-day life or day-to-day functioning of the institution. Okay, and they should work on the capacity building of the organization. Okay, there should not be an influential component in the day-to-day activities among the teachers and the students. Okay, So those kind of the practice of affiliation will be stopped. That is also a one particular component private and public institution will treat at par by the regulatory regime. See, it is very, very important, and I really appreciate the policies are going on exactly in this line. I would like to tell you, last month we had deliberated extensive deliberation, and something I knew that the even government thought process are also like this, that there should not be distinction between a private and public institution, public institutions with the different cadre. No, can we generate, especially on the research front, can we create a research ecosystem? Because if you're really going to talk about the institutions like IITs or NITs, it is going to be only 4 or 5% catering the need of the students. Rest is I mean to say that rest the students are studying in the different other institutions. So we have to have a holistic and equal level upbringing of these institution facilities, and especially the R&D and education systems. Now, it's not a one-day job, one-year job. Slowly, things are changing. Now, what happened? I learned that IIT Kharagpur have made one bank where you can draw any video or any kind of discipline knowledge from that particular bank. So the government and institutions of this repute, they are also working to provide equal opportunity among the students, irrespective of the education level of educational institutions. So it's required the transformation of regulatory systems, effective enabling and responsive regulations to encourage excellence and public spiritness. It's very, very important in the higher education. So I'm moving further. Now, very important, you may say may not be relevant for us, but this is the backbone of the nation, the school education. I can understand. I have a son, he educates in different level, and I saw him nurturing, bringing up from the preschool to the school level and college level, understood that it matters a lot. So our school education should be very, very important, and it's a very meticulous and very joyful, because the fear among the student, fear starts from here. So the education should be a part of a life. It should be a life, not it's going to be an exercise. Education cannot be exercise. Education is our life. So every child in the age of 3 to 6 years has access to free, safe, high quality, developmentally appropriate care and education by 2025. This is the mission at the school level for each and every child that has to happen. And a lot of limitations are there, a lot of disparity are there. We cannot close our eyes. We knew it, but there is a time to change. As you say, when I talk about the language, when we are giving a focus on the language at a higher education, and if we remove that particular barrier, even though your school level education, whether it's going to be in a Hindi, it's going to be in Assamese, it's going into the different other native languages or in English, doesn't matter. As long as my student is having a thought process, and we respect the thought process, it and I would like to tell you, frankly speaking, we have to respect. Sometime I realize now this is the era of in every one of us who are having a kids, you realize now how much efforts are being paid by the given by the teachers these days. And I really felt, it is not important. Sometimes if we do mistake as a professors and as a higher teachers at a higher education level, it's okay because the student has reached to that level where they can able to adopt and they can able to change and correct your mistakes. But at a lower level, if the seed is we are seeding in wrongly and differently, then certainly it's going to be throughout the life. I have seen the teachers are paying such a the effort, and now because of the ease education, even though the same teacher, we feel identify the best teacher in the locality, the best teacher in the city or the districts. These teachers at the different level, they can deliberate now with the e-commerce, e-ways, the lecture, the student will get benefited more, and they will be having a equal knowledge sharing and knowledge thought process like other schools. So but what happened, the this kind of ecosystem need to be created, and that is what the this childhood education is also brought under the roof of the Ministry of Education. They realize the higher education will only be effective once our kids or the school level students will be nurtured in an effective manner. So, and most important is the quality education. Sometime we really felt the remuneration. I'm a professor and other are also getting school teacher. No, the effort being made by the school teachers are much. I really felt it my personal much more than what I am doing it, because I'm teaching to them though who already filled most of the their knowledge, and I'm just giving the flavor on it. But the grassroots knowledge and bring nurturing a grassroots knowledge, that goes, the credit goes to the school teachers. So school teachers are very important and relevant for the really a developed society. So all these, and most important is the nutritional learning, not only in the knowledge, but also educate food, educate nutraceuticals and all those. And we know that there are programs by the government of India. They are providing all possible ways and means to bring the students in the school. But this e-business, this e-way, I think now the school had reached to the home. That is what the miracle has happened. I'm sorry that I'm telling this time as a happy time, because now the school has started in each and every house. That is what we wanted to see. There is a gap between the school and the house. Home is different now. It's the same. So that is what we need. That the student, the kids should not feel that they are doing something special. It is a part and partial of their well-being and their lifestyle. That is what. And what would be like the teacher-student ratio and all has been fixed as to be achieved during this. Even though teacher-student ratio has to be maintained, it's very important that the teacher should give a sufficient in time and interaction with the student in a class, and reach to all the students. Even sometimes some student may not able to get that concept quickly, but we have to have a time for them to nurture. So okay, so just a minute. So you can say that the slides has come again, the aim of NEP that we have already, say just in transit slide, to ensure access and opportunity of all children for overall development. all these point learning outcome, peer tutoring, alternative centers that has to be established, and mostly the most important, even the in a higher education also and the school level also, how what methodology we have to adopt to bring back the dropout. You know that the some child can leave the school at I mean sixth standard, so 10th standard, second standard. Someone of us, even though we had done all the education at the PhD level, but now we are not fulfilling because now we are not doing. So how the government are making so many policies to bring those people because of the certain situation they have reached, they quitted. Whether learning process, whether delivering process, they quitted how to bring back to the mainstream of education that the government many policies have started. I know the in higher education it is government is giving up. I mean to say there are policies where even those who have dropped out for 2-year research or 3 year after PhD, they can come back, they can write a proposal and they can again join as a kind of a scientist to the system. So this is the way the government is trying to bring people, the who dropped out people back to the system. So the equitable and inclusive education for every child in the country. So that emphasis has been given. So financial support to the individual through a national fund. That has been early childhood education, fundamental literacy, and will make the beneficial to the students from representative group. That is also very important aspect. I mean to say, financial support is also very important to the student. I'm not saying that in cash. Even the government doing a lot in kind also, and at different level, starting from a school to the higher education in cash also, so that those who are for them the education is beyond the reach, they could able to do achieve. And now the banks are also giving a interest-free loan or the reduced loan for all the students. So these are the good things, and we have to strengthen these policies more so that the students should not quit their education because of these limitations. So governance, we have already discussed the governance in the school educations through a school complexes. We were the similar like in higher education system. The establishment of school complexes will add in mitigating many resources crunch. So that is very important, and this is a very much the role of the administrator of the schools, whether it is a private school, state funded schools or national level schools. The resources and governance are very important. Strictness in the sense, I should not say strictness, but discipline for every successful achievement of goal, discipline is very important. We were seeing that last few days, many our sportsmen, they are getting the medals, and I was listening the interview. All are forcing the discipline. Discipline is very important. 10 days we'll be going, we live with our life, and later I would like to live a disciplined life in order to 5 years, 10 years they are working. They are working on a mission and vision that they will one day they will succeed. The many, I mean to say, it's not necessary that success will define with only a medal or the recognition. Success itself is the thought process that okay, I'm contributing, and throughout the life I'm doing it, whether some may be recognized or not. So that is also very important, and we have to bring this to the education system also. So that's what I said, that vision of the students must be a very big, and what I really feel, one should live for the nation. And I think this was the largest big a vision, the fact that I will never feel tired once we have a vision like this. Because whatever I will be doing, I know I'm not going to even contribute up the point, even the drop of the salt, even to contribute to the nation. But I keep on doing. But collectively, 1 billion people will do it. We will do miracle. So that's way this thought process has to inculcate among the students, and that has been reflected very well in this particular course. Regulations in school education, somehow I already mentioned in the higher education system. There are different levels and governing levels also, which start in the panchayat level, goes to the district level, to the state level and the central level. So the regulatory boards are there, they are doing, and now the time that effective regulations need to be done, and the regulatory board has to be a flexible. See somehow that even though in the pandemic situation, how they have come up with a new thought process of evaluation and bringing those things. So these kind of the new governing concept has to be brought, regulations has to be brought to this. Okay, so if you talk about what could be the benchmark has been set for the, so most important, the universal access to early childhood care and education with free and compulsorily free quality education. It's very important for children from 3 to 18 years. Bringing back 2 crores dropout students to the school, attain sustainable development goal. See, this is not a sustainable development goal you all are studying, though. This is conference is going on. Water is also one of the having a one of the goal in out of the 17. Okay, that we have to have a sustainable water, and so that is very important. But the sustainability is very important to think research or in a way from bottom to top. What are we doing? We are creating, we are doing a research which we do the mostly curiosity driven research and trying to fit to the society. It is not correct. The research should be bottom driven, demand driven, and has to be executed at the higher level for the people like us. So the sustainability component and that research has to end of the day go back to the society. Research should be sustainable in such a manner, whether the education is such a manner that it should not harm to our ecosystem. You know, long back in the 20th century, I'm a polymer scientist, 20th century bakelite has come, melamine has come, later on great polyethylene, polypropylene all has come. We are also using this. Now what is happening? Now we have end up with another problem. We solved one problem, now we end up with a multiple problem because our thought process was not holistic. We thought that produce something which will be a low cost, with low energy consumption, which can be industrially viable, which can improve the life of the people in terms of XYZ characteristic. But we forget that what is going to happen to our ecosystem, what is going to happen with our environment, how it's going to be affect to our health of the human in the planet. So all these things was missed. Now our education system should be in the line with the all 17 sustainable goals, and the fact that there are a benchmark like 2030, we have to achieve to the goals, whatever the points has been made with this against each goal. Each goal, all 17 goals are there. So please relook and educate. We have to adopt this in education system. As I told you, IIT Guwahati is the first educational institute in the country who have adopted and started a undergraduate course on sustainable development goal, and this we really felt that is very important, and it has to it has to be nurtured not only at a higher education, but a second, the school level as well as in the college level. So that's very important. Overcoming the language barrier in line in learning process, frankly speaking, this is what my also thought process. I really understood the fact that when the 10 or 20 or 50 student in a class, half of the class is always worried that how to deliver, how effectively deliver, and they put their 90% effort, the mode of deliberation, rather a thought process or a concept. But the fact that the education, the scientific thoughts are very important, that going to convert, we bring the inventions and later stage the innovations. So we have to be down, but at the same time you can see that when we talk about the service sector, and India is one of the country, the big country, the largest producing a service sector employment, not only in India but other part of the world also, and generating a lot of revenue on it. I'm not saying that this language or that language, the English, or it's not appropriate or it's not to be taught, but the fact that the freedom has to be given to the student, freedom has to be given to nurture themselves to their will, as per their will, not by force. That is what I really felt the intent of the government to bringing this point. The common standard for public and private school education, the focus on 21st century technical skills. See, it is very relevant. The skills, the government putting a lot of effort for the skill development. This because the fact that our product, even though the country is full of the craftsmen people and the different levels, but the fact that if we could able to provide a systematic, a bit scientific skills to the existing different sectors or the workers, certainly our product will be a multifaceted, our product will be more sustainable, more acceptable across the globe, and that is what we recognize. There are countries who are capturing most of the market share, the global market share. You can identify to whom I am talking, capturing, but the quality always a questionable for when we talk for them. Okay. However, Indian craftsmen, Indian products across the world, wherever I visited, I used to live outside, we really felt that never people have questioned about the Indian product whenever it is displayed on, deliberated, or sell to the other part of the world. Now we have to strengthen this. Because this is our basically which makes a difference with the Indian product and Indian technologies compared to other one. But now we have to be a more robust, we have to be more scientific, and we have to provide more skill to our people at the different sectors. So the skill development is very important, and it has to be nurtured at the school level. Okay, our ITI should be a more responsible, and though they are doing a wonderful job, but still lot need to be done at that level. Yeah. So the teaching preparation and the methodology. So that is also again a component, and I have already told I have a great sense of regard and respect with all the school teachers, and they are basically a creator of the society at large, and their roles are very important for all of us. And I think very important. The slide clearly shows if I educate, if I have a passion, if I want to see my kid, I have to also go back to the school level. See how the kids are learning, what I have learned and where is the flaw, and then it has to be taught to them, not only them, also to interacting to our teachers, school teachers, discussing with them that how to empower them, how, I mean, what is required. So it is not only the responsibility of the preschool and the school teachers, whether we are educated, we reach to this level, whether we went back. No, we cannot treat these class of the education as only for a that it's a kind of a teacher responsibility, it's a kind of a business, they have to do their job, and why we should pitch in, we are paying a fees. No, we have to collectively made a future. I mean to say our kids, future kids. So it's very, very important. We have to encourage them. We have to encourage. Most of the time we used to go to the school and we always shout them and we say that, oh no, it's not great, you're not doing good job. We have to find what is the limitation, how we can overcome. If we are more educated, we have to find where we are overcome. We can interact and we can always tell them that, okay, these are the possibilities, and we have to empower them. So that's very important. That's what you can see. The model like 4-year integrated bachelor education program should be there in the different areas and then what happened, these people should also bring back to this is bachelor of education program, and these people has to be brought into for teaching the multidisciplinary, I mean the approach of to among the students. So these are there, and now you can see the professional education. Professional education is we talk up today. The seminar is going on the water, very relevant, very relevant area for last. Sorry, please excuse me if I will say something which is really very close to my heart. And I also having some time. What happened? We deliberate a lot in the water. Being a scientific community, being a researcher, we deliberate. If I'm going to see the thesis, maybe 1,000 thesis has been produced on the quality water. Okay, but we are still depriving. We are still not able to provide a clean water to all of our people. That is what we have to be worried about. Okay, not only doing a great research on this, even though the small technology, frugal innovation, wherever it can be fit, it has to be brought immediately, and to at least provide a comfortable, provide a drinkable water to our countrymen. So that is very important. We should not be always going to the hi-fi scientific research and the outcome, but sometime what happened, the great problems will might have a simple solutions. So we should not always worried about the big problem. If we could, and we should not be always to be in excellence. That okay, one day I will achieve excellence, then only I'm going to deliver. No, there is no excellence is important, but when you are going to reach to the excellence, nobody knows. The fact that in small way you can contribute to the society, do it today, do it now. We be holistic. Now, as I have primarily told, research is not going to be in isolation. Research can only be possible when you will bring all the stakeholders together, whether it's our environment, whether it's our people, and do the research for the society and as per the society requirement. Do we have a framework? I'm sorry to tell you this question I'm asking from myself also. Are we catering the need, going back to the society and asking what problem you are facing it and how we can able to inculcate, and then coming back to the institute and creating a project proposal in line with the request? No. What are we doing? What excellence I gain personally? What great I can do it? I'm framing a proposal on it. Who cares where it will be going end of the day? That is not, I mean, there is a gap. What is, frankly speaking, it's not a generic statement. It's my own thought process, what I felt. But it's very important. Now the research has to be connected with the society and societal requirement. End of the day, it's a taxpayer money, what we are investing, spending, and that has to be going for the societal benefit. So that is also very important. connecting, and I have shown you one model that how to bring a holistic thought process for innovation and the research, bringing all the stakeholder together. That I said that IIT Guwahati in the second year level, we started this kind of a goal where I'm going to teach, we are going to teach all the perspective thought process from the different perspective to the student, so that whenever he is going to design something, he has to have that, I mean to say, bring those all characteristic into the final outcome. So that is what we are doing it. Okay, so we have to strengthen. See, we feed. We are agriculture nation. We are agriculturists. We are producing. I mean to say, most of the our population is basically based on agriculture. But the fact that are we producing a scientific scientific know-how for those people, and whether we are deliberating those things, it's also very challenging. I mean to say, we have to think all the time that how we can reduce their effort in order to, I mean to say, so that they can efficiently work. Okay, I visited Japan and I saw the piece of land, and this was maybe a less than a half of acre land, and the farm. And then I asked with my fellow professor there, and he showed that there was a 7 crop was going on. There was a cultivating in the small land. And I say, oh, the tomato is there, another crop was there. What is it? I used to say that no, because what happened in this particular region, we required this much days, that much days. It means they have the statistics. How many people are there and what different kind of the crop they really need to satisfy the day-to-day life of the people, and they decided, okay, this much production has to go. Okay, so do we have a here? We really need it. Okay, in the December and January, if you go to the farm, you will find everywhere potatoes are there, and we have a limited cold storage. And half of the potatoes are basically never comes from farm to the cold storage. That is the myth that we have to break. We have to develop a technology so that can we bring these kind of very essential commodities to increase the span. Can we increase the shelf life of these so that it can be sustained and can be delivered in due course in sufficient time, or properly transported to reach to the rest of the countries, so that the farmers will have the value. So I'm very fond of basically working and helping to the agriculture sector. Very important. Healthcare sector is very important for us. Now during a pandemic, we realize how important the healthcare is that, and great effort has been made to our country. So, and a lot need to be done. Sometimes we realize that technical manpower, more technical manpower is needed in even a healthcare sector. IIT Guwahati is doing greatly. Now IIT Guwahati is moving towards training the healthcare workers, and we are started with the intervention with the other organization or the agencies. We have started a training program for a technical manpower in the healthcare. Okay, and we are moving forward to establish the technical medical ecosystem, medical technical ecosystem toward the cater the need of the nation. So this is all about. I would like to wind up because it will be so professional education. If you're really going to talk about the legal education, healthcare education, technical educations, all these aspects, we have to be very much. It's important for us. New curriculum is very important, and the curriculum should reflect the socio-culture context along with the evidence-based manner. The history we have to brought it, legal thinking, history of legal thinking, principle of justice, and the prestige, and all these components are important in the professional education, healthcare education, and technical education. whatever the challenges we are having, I've discussed already challenges, the grassroots level challenges. We have to brought it together. Engineering and technology programs have to be revised. Course curriculum has to be revised, and it has to be a floating courses. It has to be the courses should not be once it designed, it's going to be a perpetual. It has to be changed based on the demand of the end user, so that because now in some of the discipline, like when you talk about the computer science, when you talk about the very many, I mean to say, discipline, what is happening that even the syllabus change within a year and two, and its requirement change in a year and two. So we have to have a floating and kind of a course structure. So renewable, so all these things has to be, now new courses has to be adopted, like quantum technology, like artificial intelligence, data analysis. These are the emerging disciplines that has to be adopted by the institutions like us. IIT Guwahati is working on these lines. We are very much focused on these. We have started a bachelor academic program in artificial and data analysis, data sciences, and very many schools and centers we have started based on the demand of the current education system and multidisciplinary demand. I would like to give you an example that this is the first time in India I am working on a polymer. We have started a master's and going to be start a master's and PhD program. It's already approved on Center for Sustainable Polymers. Very focused center, means biodegradable plastic, bio-based biodegradable plastic. We will produce a manpower. We will be going to educate them to help to the industry and to the industry in this particular thrust area. So it is the time has come. We have to be very focused. It need not that we have to have a great number of students, but we have to provide a technical manpower and technical ecosystem in each and every aspect of the requirement in order to bringing the lifestyle of our people, our society. I think this is enough. I would like to stop it here without going ahead. And even I would like to talk about a bit about my research and what exactly we were doing it. But I think we'll take it up in some other time, and so that we can have some level of interactions on this, because these are such a vast area and topic where we really need to have a, you may not be agree of some of my points, my thought process, and one should not be. That level of flexibility has to be given in the education system, and that has been given in the new education policy, where one has to be having their inner thought process rather forceful. With this, I think I would like to stop it here, and if you have any questions, please, or any interactions, I would be happy to. Thank you. And I'm sorry, this was a new topic for me to deliberate. I hope I may have given some thoughts to you guys. Thank you very much for listening and giving a time to me. Thank you.
Definitely, sir. Sir, you have inculcated the thought in us that we need to adopt holistic approach for research and development today. It has to be connected with the societal requirements, and also we have to bring the stakeholders together while designing our research aspects. Thank you so much for the wonderful insight you have provided us over the National Education Policy 2020. And if the participants want to interact, or if they're having any questions, you're most welcome to either come online, unmute yourself, or you can type in the chat box. So your expert talk was so much clear that I don't have any questions in the chat box as of now. But if in case in future, if anybody has a doubt, then we'll definitely get in touch with you over the email. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Priyanshu.
With lots of gratitude from the Civil Engineering Department of IPS Academy, Institute of Engineering Science. I thank you, sir, from the bottom of my heart for the excellent session and for the insights you have provided to us, as well as the thought process we have invoked in us regarding the education policy that has been released lately. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for devoting your time, sir.
Thank
We
you
are
very
honored,
much.
sir.
Thank you. Devanshi, thank you very much for the inviting me here for on this. And I would really like, please try to make some session where I can talk about the research, what we are doing on biodegradable plastic. I would like to
Definitely,
tell
sir.
you IIT Guwahati is the pioneer institute on biodegradable plastic. It is a unique national, I mean to say, the unique center we established here on biodegradable plastic, not on the fundamental research. It's going completely on the translational research, and you would really like to visit here and see. And when very soon in the you will be going to find many product that what we are using day to day life, whether it's a commodity engineering or biomedical areas, with that will be reach of to our community and society. That is what the ecosystems we are developing with different industries. Many industries are working with us, and our mission is that that how to not to completely replace, but the fact that how to minimize the impact in the environment because of the plastic, and how we can replace some of these plastics in the segment, especially on the commodity materials like in the food sector, packaging sector, like in medical as well as in electronics. Because electronics we are using and toys. So we are establishing our global toy, biodegradable toy manufacturing facility here, and where we would like to sell, even though we are making a company ecosystem also, by which we will be going to deliver these product to the rest of the society. So a lot need to be done. One day, if you will give us a time, I would like to disseminate, and any one of you, all the participant, if you really want, IIT Guwahati is, as you know, it's as other IITs, we have all the discipline, and we do a lot in the water, and especially the in right now the India, what America, what the Australia water hub has been created, where the IIT Guwahati is leading for it. IIT Guwahati is doing a lot many innovations in order to provide a good water management and water to the society. And even myself, I'm involved in developing some of the technologies on those lines. So sometime if you required, certainly we would also like to assist the policymakers on this. And with this, I would like to I am basically thankful to all the participant that they certainly they will ask some questions. They should please feel free to connect with me. Being not only the professor, but it is my responsibility. If you really need any assistance from IIT Guwahati in front of research and development, you are most welcome to please write me as a Dean R&D of this institute, and we'll be certainly going to work in collaborative mode. Thank you. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I hope to see you again in the November session scheduled up, and I will be contacting you again for that, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. So the participants are requested to take a lunch, and then we will be back by around 2 p.m. for the last session of this short-term training program. And after that, we will be proceeding towards the end. Thank you. Hope to see you again in a few minutes. A very good afternoon to all the participants, and we welcome you back to the last session of this AICT sponsored 1 week online short-term training program on water quality complication, restoration, and environmental conservation of existing water bodies, Module 1. we have with us Mr. Dilip K. Bera, sir. I thank you, sir, personally for accepting my request and taking time out for us today. He is an environment sustainability professional with more than 26 years of experience in the field of environmental management and sustainability, with major areas of expertise like air pollution control, wastewater treatment, hazardous chemical waste management, ESG, statutory compliance, environmental audit, environmental social impact assessment, ISO 14001, waste management utilization, hazard identification, hazard analysis, risk assessment and control, job safety analysis, safety audit and inspection, OHSAS 18001, environmental and industrial hygienic monitoring and analysis, and HSE training. He is a graduate in chemical engineering from National Institute of Technology, Durgapur, postgraduate in energy and environmental management from IIT Delhi, and a postgraduate in industrial pollution prevention and control from National Productivity Council of India, with advanced diploma in industrial safety from Maharashtra State Board of Technical Education and executive management program from SJSOM, Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. We welcome you, sir, to this short-term training program on behalf of the Civil Engineering Department of IPS Academy, Institute of Engineering and Sciences, Indore. And I request you to start with the session, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize for last minute bit of delay. Should I share my slide, madam?
Yes, sir. I hope the option is coming on your screen, sir.
Yeah. I hope you could all see the screen.
Yes, sir. It's clear, sir.
Okay. Am I audible also?
Yes, sir. Absolutely clear.
Okay. So what I will do is in the next 1 hour or 1.5 hours. So I will take you through two important topic, which is water pollution and water quality. So I will touch upon the basics, water pollution and water quality, how to measure the water quality, how to monitor it, and how it is significant. These are all very basics, but very crucial in overall water quality, restoration of any water bodies, or overall environmental conservation. So, as you know, what is a natural resource. But you see, in our country, you see in summer, you will find a lot of water crisis across the states. And in rainy season, you will find flood, huge flood, and a lot of natural disaster, loss of life, loss of property. And and as a common person, they are the sufferer, and majority of it's suffering, and we don't know the importance. And we in summertime, when we see that when oil is dry, we know what is the worth of that water. So Benjamin Franklin, philosopher, which has given rightly said, when oil is dry, we know the worth of it. Otherwise, we are responsible for wastage of water, causing pollution to the natural resources, river, and other water bodies. you see, you will come across with it is a long back in business standard. There is one cartoon. See the situation. So this kind of lot of articles, lot of awareness related articles, pictures will find in literature as well as in media. So if I see the water availability scenario, general perception is that India is a water poor country, and it is against the general contrary to the general perception, but that India is huge water is available, but it's not the case. It is a water poor country, and it's day by day crisis is becoming crisis is growing. So you will find a lot of statistical information, statistical representation of water shortage, water crisis across the country. And if we see in the art, you might have come across this, you might have learned like we have like in this art, we have 97% is ocean water, only 3% is fresh water. And if you see the composition of fresh water, you know it is full of ice cap and groundwater, and accessible surface fresh water is only 1%. So this kind of statistical information is there. It is just to sensitize the people that water is not plenty available. Country is in water poor scenario, and crisis is growing day by day. And this is further demonstration of how water is usable by human beings, and it is how it is distributed. So in a very simple statement, we can say, assume like 100 liters of water is available in earth, but fresh water available is 3/4 of a tablespoon. So you imagine how much we can see water, but which water fit for our use and which is available for us is hardly anything. Now, with this background of water scenario across the country, we thought of designing this interaction with the following learning outcomes, like understanding the water pollution itself, water quality parameters, and applicable legislations and standards, brief overview of it, and water quality monitoring. So let's start one by one. If you have any questions, you can ask me at the end of presentation, or you can put in a message mode. I will try to answer and discuss. So let's move to understanding water pollution. So let's understand what is pollution. We see what is pollution. It is nothing but undesirable change in physical, chemical, and biological characteristics of air, water, and soil, which may cause harmful effects to the living organisms. So it is a change in quality, change in characteristics, means quality of specific water. Our topic is water today. So and why and it is change, and United Nations has defined pollution is waste is something which is owner no longer wants at a given place and time, which has no current and perceived market value. So nothing called waste. It is our perception. It is our inability to utilize it. So at a certain time and constant and with a current market value. And pollution is nothing but the resource itself. at a wrong place and wrong time. If you close your eyes and deeply think, how come pollution is coming? It is nothing but the resource. Say industry or municipality. We are using water even at domestic consumption. We are using water and water pollution is coming. So water is a resource, natural resource, and pollution is nothing but the resource which we are creating because we are not able to use it. So in a very simple terms, nothing is waste and pollution is nothing but the resource. So it is just a theoretical definition. Water pollution, it is contamination of water. We are contaminating it by introducing like physical, chemical properties in the water. We are altering that. So, and discharge of any sewage or trade effluent into and other liquid or solid substances, gas or solid substances into the water. Now here I am introducing two terms, sewage and trade effluent. You might have learned sewage and trade effluent are two different things. Trade effluent is nothing but defined legal definition that it is coming from the all industrial activities and sewage from domestic activities in a very simple term. And that and which is likely to create nuisance or render water harmful and injurious to public health, safety of the people for any consumption, domestic, commercial, industrial, or agricultural purpose, and which may cause the life and health damage to animals, plants, and aquatic organisms. Very simple example: if you contaminated water or water contaminated with heavy metals, if you use it for agricultural purpose or producing vegetables, then where these heavy metals will go? Finally, it will enter into vegetables. That's why nowadays, if you analyze in marketplaces, many samples you will find your vegetables are contaminated with various metals, which is beyond the permissible limits. So that sewage effluent and trade effluent already I have first discussed with you. Now, from where this wastewater is coming? So as definition say, like one is from industrial activity, another is from domestic activity. Domestic activity like residential, commercial, all operations, food preparation, laundry, other things. Whereas industrial, as you know, typical industrial process, all manufacturing and other industries. Now, what are the pollutants? I mean, which is causing alteration to the characteristics or quality of the water. So broadly, you can identify as oxygen demanding wastes, which are the pollutants, disease causing agents, synthetic organic compounds, nutrients, inorganic chemicals and minerals, sediments, radioactive substances, thermal pollution, oil and grease. So I will come into a little more detail in subsequent slides. So these are the pollutants, and we will see how these are affecting. Basically, these pollutants are contaminants, which is altering the quality of water. So how water now? Then question comes, topic for discussion comes, the water qualities, and what are the water quality and what are the water quality parameters. So like it starts with simple parameter like temperature. Temperature itself is a parameter. After certain temperature, water quality, water is not acceptable for consumption, even for the living organisms, which is present in the water. Uh, and also it affects your water handling treatment of the system. That is the significance of it. Then another is pH, you know it all. Then suspended solids, total suspended solids. So I will not go into the each and every definition or significance of it. So I will share the slides. Total suspended solids, which is a very important parameter to evaluate domestic and industrial wastewater and from consumption point of view. Then other important parameter is oil and grease. Any fat or waxy substances, fatty acids, soaps, these are coming under the category of oil and grease. And obviously it has associated problems like it is not soluble in water and not readily available for treatment, biological treatment, and it causes scum problem, foul odor, and it very significant is it prevents transfer of oxygen into water. If a water body is one lake or pond, it is layer of oil is there, so water cannot penetrate. It affects the entire ecological system of the water. Then another very important parameter is biochemical oxygen demand, BOD. You might have heard of it, and it is one of the some parameters which is measured in terms of amount of oxygen required for biological decomposition of biodegradable organic parameters under aerobic condition, and oxygen consumed in this process, very certain condition in laboratory. This test is done in laboratory in a very controlled condition, and how much oxygen is consumed in the process by the bacteria put into it, seeded into the sample, which is causing decomposition of the organic matter which is there in the sample, and it is carried out for a period of 3 days. If it is 3 days, then 27 degrees Celsius. If it is 5 days, then 20 degrees Celsius. And similarly, it could be expressed either BOD5 or BOD3. Recent trend is mostly BOD3, so that in 3 days time you can get the data analysis data. Similarly, other parameter is chemical oxygen demand. It is oxygen required for chemical oxidation of organic matter present in the wastewater. It has a very stringent test protocol. Then another is dissolved oxygen. It is the very significant role in water quality and water treatment process. Then most probable number, it is the contamination by measured in bacterial contamination. So similarly, other parameters you might have heard: hardness, alkalinity. These are the not all exhaustive, but there are other parameters like heavy metals, all kinds of heavy metals. Then if you say pesticides, there are numbers of pesticides, and if you say typically say drinking water quality parameters, you will find 50 odd parameters. So these are the basic parameters. Obviously, there are in-depth other parameters like organic compounds, then your pesticides, then all basic heavy metals. So case-to-case basis, there is a need to analyze and establish the water quality. And water quality depends on where you are using. If it is a water required for drinking purpose, bathing, cleaning purpose, industrial use, within the industrial use, whether you are using for boiler or using for other process water in a chemical reaction, or you are using for cooling tower. So it depends on your use, and accordingly quality parameters as well as their values will differ. So the entire water pollution, water quality parameters broadly more or less covered with this kind of action tools. You might have heard Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974.
So sorry to interrupt, sir. Sir,
Yes,
but
yes.
the slides are not changing, sir.
Slides are not changing.
No, sir.
From presentation mode to let me shift to. Sorry, instead of inform me before. Now it is changing.
Sir, it's stuck to the what is pollution slide.
This one, it's stuck here.
Yes, sir. It's stuck on the what is pollution slide.
Oh. Yeah. Now it is fine, madam.
Sir, I can see that slide only.
Any other participant? Can you please say it is moving?
So can the participants see whether the slide is moving?
No, it is stuck. That's why I was raising my hand.
So it's stuck at their end also, sir. So probably you can unshare the screen and then share again.
Well, no,
That might solve.
okay. Now it is changing, madam.
Yes, sir. Now it's changing.
Okay, so it's changing. So please let me know if it gets stuck. So I was discussing very briefly. I will repeat and show the slides. So it is just giving a concept how water is getting polluted and how alteration of physical, chemical, biological properties are changing. Then it is clearly defining the water pollution from you might have heard trade effluent and sewage effluent. So it is giving the definition and clear classification of trade effluent and sewage effluent. Sources of wastewater, it comes from various sources, domestic and industrial. So accordingly, it is grouped as domestic wastewater like residential, commercial activities. And interestingly, its composition is relatively constant. But in industry, it is changing from process to process and industry to industry. Like effluent quality or water pollution, its load from a textile industry is entirely different from pharmaceutical industry. Again, from one pharmaceutical industry, which is in antibiotics production, will be differing from another pharmaceutical industry, which is in vitamins production. So complexity and nature of pollutants will vary, and accordingly, treatment system design has to be made and water to be treated. Then various pollutants like oxygen demanding waste, disease causing waste, synthetic organic compounds, nutrients, inorganic chemicals, minerals, sediment, radioactive substances, thermal pollution, oil. So is there. Then let's move on to details of water quality parameters. Now I was discussing all water quality parameters like temperature, pH, total suspended solids, and its significance into the water quality. Suppose if you plan for restoring the water bodies. This is your main topic, one of the topics for entire program, restoration of the water body. So to do that, you need to know in terms of what parameters you want improvement. Temperature, I mean, in that water body, if some pollutant stream entering into that lake, for example, with a high temperature discharge from some industrial sources, then it's a serious concern. So you have to control at the entry level itself. Similarly, pH, total suspended solid. So these parameters are very critical to manage, control, and treat or restore or any water bodies, including wastewater treatment and disposal and use. Now, other parameters like oil and grease, I was discussing. Then biochemical oxygen demand, BOD, others like chemical oxygen demand, dissolved oxygen, and MPM. You will find this is one of the water quality parameters, drinking water quality parameters as well. These are the very common parameters and very significant parameters, and it has a typical analysis, sampling analysis procedure. In the next subsequent slide, I will explain further how those parameters should be like water, wastewater, or effluent, or any water bodies, how sample to be taken, how these samples to be preserved before carrying to the laboratory, and in laboratory itself, then analysis of it, laboratory analysis. Similarly, other parameters like hardness, alkalinity. Then these are the not end of it. There are other parameters, as I mentioned earlier, like heavy metals, uh, pesticides, other organic compounds. Case-to-case basis, you have to do those analysis to solve the problem of water quality and water pollution. Now, in simple broadly, this water aspect, this subject is in India. It is governed by following acts and rules, like Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974 and its amendment in 1988. Then subsequently, rule has come out of Water Prevention and Control of Pollution rules. Basically, in a very simple cracks of it, from industry's point of view, I am under section, and it is under requirement provision under the section 26. Any industry need to obtain consent to operate, consent conditions under Water Act, fixing water meters for measuring and recording water quality, quantity of water consumed. So, any industry coming up which is causing water pollution need to take consent from the respective state pollution control board. Suppose one industry is operating in say MP, so MP state pollution control board will issue the consent. Industry need to apply. It has a very certain laid down procedure, standardized procedure. Industry need to follow and get the consent, and industry need to demonstrate that they have this is the water consumption, this is the water pollution potential for water pollution, and how to treat that. All treatment mechanism has to be placed before they get the consent from the pollution control board. It depends on industry to industry. Like say for example, distillery industry, water pollution treatment is different from a pharma industry. Then say another is Environment Protection Act, which is called also Umbrella Act. Basically, under this, all other rules, many other rules have come. So, for an industry need to submit environmental statement And under this, there are like EIA notification has come, hazardous waste management rules, solid waste management rules, your construction and demolition waste, biomedical waste, everything has come under Environment Protection Act. But from industry point of view and very specific to water pollution, I'm saying that rule provision, there is a provision in the Rule 14 which calls for submit environmental statement to State Pollution Control Board of previous financial year before 30th September. These are the requirements for the industry. Then Central Pollution Control Board has guidelines on water quality management, water quality monitoring. Central Pollution Control Board has guidelines how to carry out the water quality monitoring, and MOEF has uniform protocol on water quality monitoring order they have issued. So these are the guidelines. Over and above, also CGWA, Central Groundwater Authority, and Central Groundwater Board, CGWB, under this, that also has come under this Environment EP Act and rules. So, like if you go to CGWA, CGWB website, you will find a lot of guidelines with respect to groundwater, like conservation of groundwater and prevention of pollution of groundwater. Lot of guidelines there for industry as well as municipality as well as individuals. Like for example, any industry cannot dig a bore well and extract groundwater without permission. So it has a stringent requirement for groundwater extraction for industrial use or municipality use. Now, to what I have explained just now, just I have captured in bullet points. So also CGWB gives rainwater harvesting guidelines. Manual, it has come up with manual on artificial recharge of groundwater. Then how to submit application for abstract of groundwater for industrial and infrastructure projects. And you all know that BIS, Bureau of Indian Standard, which comes up with all standards in the country, standard making body. So IS 10500, which is drinking water quality standards, and there are IS codes available for analysis of water quality parameters. So like BIS has come out with all codes so how to carry out laboratory analysis of various parameters for water quality. So this is in a nutshell relevant acts and rules and guidelines from various authorities, starting from Central Pollution Control Board, State Pollution Control Board, CGWB, CGWA, EIS, Bureau of Indian Standards. So it's okay. My pace is okay, madam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now come to further details. Just example, I'm saying like water quality. CP has classification of water quality based on designated best use. So it has come up with 5 classes A, B, C, D, E, and it is in front of you the screen. So it depends. Sorry. If it is for drinking water without conventional treatment but with chlorination, that class A, and what are the parameters attached to that class. So similarly, like outdoor bathing, so accordingly they have classified the water, and it is designated. Many places it is designated. Okay, this area is classified as say class B, class C, class A. Now let's move to how to monitor those water qualities. I'm talking about all the parameters, everything, but how to monitor. It is a very crucial aspect. Unless you monitor, measure, and monitor, you cannot take action. So, in the next topic, I will discuss sampling and flow measurement techniques and preservation of samples. I will give a very overview and overview of analytical procedures. This subject is this topic is quite a big topic, but I have tried to give a summary of it to get it is a kind of an introduction, but person who is working in this area, he need to deep dive into it and go further details, learn further details, so that he can deliver the his or her job. So why we need this sampling or flow measurement or monitoring? What is the need? Like it is need for water pollution control program. Suppose you want to design a water pollution control program for a particular water body or for an industry or a municipality, so you need to do sampling, flow measurement, monitoring. It's a decision making for water pollution prevention control measures and evolving various wastewater treatment schemes. Suppose you want to restore a water body, so you need to know from where to where you need to restore. Means from which level of contamination to which level of clean water or purified water you need. So that requires you need to do the measurement of all parameters, then identifying the contaminants and to determine their concentration. It is obvious, and water wastewater audit. Suppose for an industrial unit or for a say you have a housing society of say 100 flats in a society. So you need to do water audit to find out how much water is getting wasted, how to conserve the water. So you need to measure it. So flow measurement you need to do. Same is with industry, same is with any water distribution network. So it is a very important area. Like main wastewater sampling, it has two aspects. One is called monitoring, where it is sampling and analysis. And sampling is nothing but a collection of a small portion of wastewater or wastewater, small enough in volume to be conveniently transported and handled in a laboratory, and which most importantly, which will represent the water or wastewater being sampled. So representative sample is very crucial to get the accurate water sampling program or monitoring program, and it is important requirement for satisfactory sampling or for satisfactory sampling or representativeness. I am repeating the requirement, like it should represent, otherwise it will give the false result. And validity, and no analytical measurement can be reliable without representative sample. I mean, if you collect the sample from a wrong place or at a wrong time, you will not get the result is correct, but that does not represent the reality or actual situation. So this that's why I'm defining this representative. What is the meaning of representativeness? It is determinants of interest have the same value as body of water being sampled at the point of time and time of collection. It represents the same values and depends on sample size, collection, sample container, transportation, storage, data interpretation, everything. Then validity. Samples should provide true representation of temporal spatial variations of quality and water body for the duration of measurement, and depends on particular size, frequency, and time of sampling. So these aspects are very crucial to get your any water conservation or restoration program. Now, how to plan for a sampling? Like you have to selection of determinants means parameters, sampling location, time, frequency of sampling, mode of sampling, selection of sampling equipment, handling, preservation, preparedness for handling and preservation, interval for collection, analysis, and sample preservation method. So you have to get ready with all aspects before entering into this wastewater sampling program. Like selection of determinants like volume, containers, technique that will decide based on the parameter analyzed to be analyzed. Then sampling location, where to take the sample, where to make the flow measurement, where to take the flow measurement, location, everything, and time and sampling. Suppose you have one to a kitchen. Say, let me say in your academy you have a huge canteen, say 24/7. You have a canteen. So if one team of students, say 3 students participants are asked to carry out the monitoring and sampling of the wastewater which is coming from the kitchen. Now you see kitchen where you will find more water consumption and wastewater during cooking and taking food washing. The entire 24 hours it will not be the same. Say morning breakfast hours, then again lunch hours, lunch preparation and lunch hours, again in evening, say snacks, again in night. So in 24 hours, your flow of wastewater will not be the same. Your quality of wastewater will not be the same. So those finer aspects you need to measure, means you need to know and when to collect sample and representative sample. That means it is the entire day you have to collect the sample and mix so that you will get 24-hour case. Then again within that also there will be peaks, high and low of the flow as well as the pollution load. So that will give the entire 24-hour scenario, and based on that you have to design the treatment system. So that's why just I'm giving the example. That's why these aspects are very crucial. Now, like type of sample. So grab sample means just one time, or composite sample and integrated sample. So there are 3 kinds of sampling. Grab sample, it is once at a particular time and place and represent the existing particular location at for instant time or a particular fixed time, and it is representative when source is known to be fairly constant in composition and over a considerable period of time. That means if you take one sample that is representative of certain period of time, once you are sure, then it suffices the purpose, otherwise not. In that case you have to go for composite sample or integrated sample. So I am coming to that. What does that mean? Like composite sample, it's a mixture of series of graph samples collected at different point of time and intervals, and it is representative of being reflective of average conditions during a time interval, say 24 hours, 8 hours. Then integrated sample, it's a mixture of graph samples collected from different points simultaneously and as nearly as possible. Simultaneously you can collect from different 3 places and mix it so that it is a integrated sample, useful for river or stream that varies in composition across the width and depth. In this kind of scenario you have to do. Suppose you have taken a restoration program of a say river, a small river passing through a city. Then there you need to take up this kind of integrated sample across the width of the river and length. You collect sample at the simultaneously different places and mix it. That is called integrated sample. Obviously, also you have to collect different length of time, means entire day, morning to evening. Otherwise, that river, any pollution stream is not 24/7. It is flowing. It is flowing at a certain time. Then handling and preservation. Those who are working in laboratory, they know it, like you need to preserve sample and complete preservation as practically as possible. Chemical biological changes are inevitable because you collect sample and leave it to oxygen atmosphere. It gradually its quality will change. So accordingly, you have to preserve the sample. Ideally, as soon as possible, take the sample to the laboratory and start analyzing. But still, you need to carry out some preservation. So I will just list out few preservation techniques, but you go to the standard book, uh, standard methods for analysis in laboratory, you will find your preservation methods. These are the some few sample preservation methods, like storage at 4 degrees temperature, Celsius temperature. Best way to preserve most samples only until the next day. Means one day you can preserve all the samples, like one day. Suppose you have collected sample today afternoon, then you have no time to analyze. Then next day one day you can do this kind of scenario it is talking. And obviously some parameters require special preservation methods. We'll just list out a few of the preservation, sample preservation methods. Now slide is moving, madam.
Yes, sir. It's moving, sir.
So this is, I will list out certain parameters, but there are many other parameters in standard book. You will find all preservation methods. Just as an example, I am sharing, like BOD, you have to refrigerate 4 degrees centigrade Celsius. 4 degrees Celsius at 6 hours. Maximum hold it can 6 hours. Before that, you should start sample and put into the BOD analysis. Similarly, for COD, you have to preserve with 2 ml of sulfuric acid per liter of sample. So these are the various preservation methods. But it has further details, means for all parameters for heavy metals and other areas, sample preservation methods. And it is the time, means holding time, means you can preserve up to this period. And say example, drinking water, like safe drinking water is, I need not to emphasize the importance of it, whether it is at home or whether it is in office or in industrial scenario or in a like college, university campus. So, but how to ensure that water is safe for drinking? So I have just IS 10500 that listed out at least 50 parameters for drinking water. So at least periodically one need to analyze, collect the sample and analyze. For that purpose, also very stringent requirement of sample collection and its preservation. So microbiological analysis, if you want to do, say collect in a sterilized and sealed bottle. And there are other requirements I have put this. I will share the slide. I will not go through it because of time constraint. But just I am emphasizing that there is a stringent requirement for simple sample preservation. Otherwise, you will get the false result. It's like that you have gone to a doctor. Doctor has advised you to carry out the blood sample, some parameters in your blood. So, if sample in a pathology lab collection center, if they don't preserve the sample correctly, and don't follow the right protocol for analysis and reporting, you will end up with wrong results. So your entire diagnosis by the doctor will depends on the results, the results interpretation. Similarly, same significance and importance are there in all analysis of all water quality parameters. And what could be the sample containers, all other things. Then another important aspect is flow measurement. Flow measurement, there are various techniques for flow measurement. I will give just a brief of that. Like why it is important in case of water conservation, water efficiency programs, you need to measure water or wastewater audit purpose. So in an open channel, a drainage system, or in a nala, small river, and various methods of estimating are like velocity method, like current meter, floats. You will find wires, rectangular wire for irrigation department. Generally, they use that various wires, rectangular, triangular, trapezoidal wires, then parcellal flow. Basically, in industrial scenario, mainly water meters are used. And floats, these are in like small nala, you can use the floats. And there are current meters, nowadays magnetic flow meter, put into the pipeline and you can measure. Just I will give a few examples. This is the current meter which is used for flow measurement in open channels. So it has a various calibrate like open channels. It is used and having sufficient liquid depth. Consists of this is a rotor and indicating device, and calibration is the very crucial and it is must to rate of rotation versus velocity of liquid. It will give the flow velocity, and with the area where it is flowing, then you can measurement the flow area into velocity, will get the flow rate. And if it is a channel is big, for example, it's a nala or a drainage. So if channel is a big, you can put two cross sections and two places you can do that. And this is how to calculate. It is very simple question. You can find out how much is the flow rate, cross-sectional area into mean velocity, and what are the correction factor into it. Then there is a float method. It is simplest method. Just put a sample float, which is a floating matter like corks or stopped water bottles, etc. Then average velocity is 0.6 into surface velocity. And how we will get the velocity from one location in a channel, from one how float is moving, means at what time float is moving from one distance to another. You measure the distance and time, and you will get the surface velocity. And simplest technique, without any equipment or anything, you simply float and stopwatch and measure the distance. You can estimate the how much volume of say wastewater is flowing in your channel, or I mean any small nala or small drainage in a municipality or in an industrial drainage. You can do the measurement. And this kind of wires are in, as I told mentioned, it is in basically irrigation department. They use it for dam or other purposes. Various types are used: rectangular, triangle, trapezoidal, and you will find their calibration and calibration chart. You can estimate how much flow is there in your stream. Then another is called parcel flow. Again, it is predominantly mostly used in irrigation channels. and it is further description is there. I will leave this slide. You can go through, and further those who are working into that, they can get the standard like chart, calibration, all precautions. What are the things they need to precautionary measures they need to take? All those things can be done, and expertise could be developed further into that area. Because in those cases, you cannot put like a magnetic flow meter or float; those will not work. So case-to-case basis, you have to select which is the right method to measure the flow. In industrial scenario, it is simply in a pipeline. You can put a flow meter. You get it from you purchase the flow meter, magnetic flow meter, and get it very easily. But and even you can get the digitized reading itself, correct reading. But in irrigation or scenario in open channels, nala, you need this kind of techniques to do that. Then I will water and wastewater analysis. This topic itself is a vast topic. It is a more of an analytical chemistry involved, and analysts, laboratory analysts, specialized, they are involved into it. However, those who are into the say water pollution, working in the water pollution, they did not even they may not be a master in water analysis, but they should have fair understanding how water quality is analyzed in laboratory. What are the methods, overview of methods, where analysis can go wrong, interpretation of the results. By seeing the results, one should be able to tell, express his confidence. Okay, result is fine, means acceptable. Okay, so that's why it is necessary that professionals who are into uh, water, wastewater in this space, they need to have a fair understanding of different water and wastewater analysis in a laboratory. So I am just listing out few parameters, but there are many, and it has a it is a very vast topic itself, vast subject itself. So these are the various uh, standard methods and protocols. These are all IS methods. So drinking water parameters, I am just analyzing IS and IS 10591. That code itself has given for each parameter what are the analysis protocol. So, so this covers what I planned today. It's understanding of water pollution, how water source wise it is classified, then water quality parameters, what are the water quality parameters, and its significance of it, how to measure, carry out the laboratory analysis, how to do the flow measurement, how to do the sampling. This what I planned. This I could reach to the end of discussion. So I would keep this time open for any questions. I would be very much happy to uh, answer and address those questions and queries. Thank you all. Thank you, madam. Over to you all participants and madam. If any questions, I'll be happy to discuss.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an elaborate session of the water quality parameters. You cleared our concepts a lot. And I would request the participants if they have any questions or doubts, so we can interact with sir. Sir, your session was so much clear and evident that I don't find any doubt in the chat box also, sir. So thank you so much.
Thank you, and I hope this is as I earlier had a discussion with you in module 1. I thought This is may not be in the 100% directly to the topic, but this area has a significant role in contributory role in overall water conservation, restoration, and entire topic. So this is a basic one. So I thought let us discuss with all participants. Maybe in the next module, I will go into the engineering part of it. Engineering, like how to design a treatment system, what are the treatment scheme, how to. It's a combination of basically treatment process, unit operations. So that treatment and its advanced technologies, those things I thought will be appropriate for the your next module for the participants.
Definitely, sir. We hope to see you again in the next module that is planned for November. And as rightly said, the foundation should be strong. Then only we can create a nice building over it. So thank you for clearing our concepts of the basics. With this, we have reached the climax of this 1 week short-term training program on water quality complication, restoration and environmental conservation of existing water bodies, Module 1, sponsored by AICTE and organized by the Civil Engineering Department of IPS Academy, Institute of Engineering and Sciences, Indore. We had 6 days of exhaustive interaction with field experts, academicians, research scholars, and professionals, and we were fortunate to interact with the best ones in the field. Each day we had 4 sessions. In all, 23 brainstorming technical sessions were organized. We started on Monday, that was 2nd August 2021. First day of this program, Dr. Amit Sharma, Dean of Research and Development and current Head of Civil Engineering Department, IPS Academy, IES Indore, motivated the participants for active involvement in his welcome address. Mr. N.K. Kutiyappan, EIA Assessor, accredited by Quality Council of India (NABIT), addressed the issue of sanitation improvement by land-intensive, low-cost options in the first session, which was followed by a session on Sustainable Development Goal 6 with Indian Perspective by Mr. Rajendra Kumar Saraf, Chairman of Viraj Envirosing Private Limited, Pune. The third session on microbial fuel cell technology by Dr. R.S. Singh, Professor IIT BHU Varanasi, actively engaged the participants. The first day came to an end with Dr. D.S. Ramtek's session, who was former Chief Scientist at NERI Nagpur, on EIA with special emphasis on water resources availability and restoration. On the day 2, that was 3rd August 2021, it got initiated with Dr. Manish Kumar Goyal's address, who is an associate professor at IIT Indore. He enlightened us on relationship of climate change and water resources. He also introduced participants to the concept of atmospheric rivers, which was followed by a session on water environment reliant circular economy by Dr. Ratnakumar Mudliar, the Director of Indian Environmental Consultancy and Research Services, Nagpur. Dr. Arvind K. Nema, professor from IIT Delhi, discussed a case study on site-specific cleanup standards for contamination, environmental monitoring and risk assessment in the third session. On that day, in the fourth session, Dr. Narulkar, Professor SGSITS Indore, diverted the participants' attention to maintaining water quality through rainwater harvesting. He discussed numerous area-specific water harvesting structures. On the third day, that was 4th of August 2021, Dr. Pawan Labhsitwar, Chief Scientist and Head Water Technology and Management Division, NERI, Nagpur, clarified the concepts of conventional water treatment plants with the help of location-specific case studies. Dr. Nitin Goyal, Principal Scientist at NERI, Mumbai Zonal Lab, brought forward the participants to the NERI patented phytoril technology for treatment of wastewater in the second technical session titled Constructed Wetlands, which are natural systems to replace regular STPs. Dr. Dhananjay Dwivedi, Professor of PMB Gujarati Science College, in the third technical session, detailed the water quality parameters and sources of pollutants. And in the last session on that day, Engineer Saurabh Sakre, scientist from NEAST, Kerala, mesmerized the participants on remote sensing and GIS applications in environment management by his eye-stunning case studies. Day 4th, that was 5th August 2021, started with an inspiring session on of 30 years of field experience on how dry land can become a dreamland by Dr. Swati Samvatsar, Director of Jalshri Watershed Surveillance and Research Institute, Jalgaon, Maharashtra. Later, its technical details were explained by Engineer Milind Pandit, the Director of NRM, Rajputana Society of Natural History, Alirajpur, in the next session. Dr. Archana Kirti Chaudhary, Principal, IPS Academy, IES, Indore, addressed the participants on optimizing use of surface and groundwater in an integrated manner by various techniques in the third session. And finally, in the fourth session, Emerging Trends in Wastewater Treatment was brought forth by Dr. Devanshi Jagwani, Associate Professor at IPS Academy, Indore. On the fifth day, that is 6th August 2021, the first session on geospatial applications for water resources by Dr. Ramachandra Hebbar, scientist, RRSC, NRSC South, ISRO, Bengaluru, grabbed the participants' attention towards minute aspects related to GIS and remote sensing and regarding the applications in various fields for resource management, followed by a wonderful session by Professor T.V. Ramachandra, professor at IIT Bangalore in inventorying, mapping, and monitoring wetlands of Bangalore. He inculcated the aspect that human actions can ultimately affect the health of ecosystem and that lake rejuvenation can solve the problem of water scarcity. In the next session, Mr. Sudhindra Mohan Sharma, advisor of Water Resource Management Government of India, spoke on importance of groundwater quality for drinking water security in rural areas of India. And in the last session of the day, Dr. Bayendu Shekhar Giri, postdoctoral fellow at IIT Guwahati, acquainted us with the latest research of biochar as sustainable bioabsorbent for the remediation of dyes containing industrial wastewater and its probable future utilities. And on the sixth day, that is the last day today, 7th August 2021, Mr. Priyanshu Kumath, CEO and founder of Clean Water Sustainable Technologies Pvt. Limited, Indore, taught us how to restore and beautify urban lakes and rivers by his innovative floating island technology. A session on NEP 2020 followed it by Dr. Vimal Katiyar, Professor and Dean, Research and Development Center at IIT Guwahati. And the last session of this training program was taken by Mr. Dilip K. Bera, an environmental sustainability professional with 26 years of field expertise. He made us familiar with water quality criteria regarding different uses. The assessment is mandatory to obtain certificates and it shall be opened after the valedictory function of this session. As we close this module, I would like to grab this opportunity to thank all the participants, eminent speakers, all the supportive staff, Mr. Lalitesh Sinha sir, Dr. Amit Sharma sir, Mr. Harish Dwivedi, Mr. Pratyush Motwani, Dr. Kirti Chaudhary sir, Dr. Archana Kirti Chaudhary ma'am for believing in me. All those who have supported me, my parents, family, friends, visible and invisible contributors in my life, the great Lord and Mother Earth. Also would like to invite the participants for the module 2 of this STTP scheduled in the month of November. That is from 22nd to 27th of November 2021. And request the participants to spread out the message so that as much people can be benefited by it as possible. The journey with you all was wonderful and I hope to see you again in the next module too. I request Dr. Amit Sharma sir to address the audience and then Mr. Lalitesh Sinha sir would give the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, madam. First of all, I would like to give thanks to Dilip Bera sir for giving all of his precious time from his busy schedule. Dear participants, I believe that in the first module, you will definitely enhance your knowledge and you will also motivated to do some research in the same field. Also, you have interacted with the pioneers of the subject. So now it's your duty to restart, to rethink, and to do something innovative related to the subject. And you can also contact Devanshi madam and all the experts for your work. So be ready for the second advanced module, which is going to take place in November, and all the best for your test. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I am very thankful to AICT for sponsoring us to conduct this short-term training program. I am very thankful to our President, Architect Achal Chaudhary sir, Principal of IPS IES Dr. Archana Kirti Chaudhary ma'am, and HOD Dr. Amit Sharma sir for providing all the facilities to conduct the STTP. I am very thankful to my convener Dr. Divyanshi Jagwani ma'am, team member Professor Harish Kumar Dwivedi, Professor Pratyush Motwani. A special thank to AG Kothari sir and Dr. Kirti Chaudhary sir for motivating and boosting us throughout the short-term training program. I am very thankful all the eminent speaker for sharing their work and experience with all of us, to all the faculties and staff of Civil Engineering Department, and finally to all participants. Without them, it is not possible to conduct the STTP. And I am very thankful to all those people who are directly and indirectly involved in the conduction of this STTP. One thought comes in my mind, that learning never exhausts the active minds. So lastly, I hope and pray this is not the end, but the beginning of bond between all of us, and this STTP will open the gates of new research in the field of water resource engineering, remote sensing, and environment management. My friend, the film is not over yet. We will meet again in November module 2 of STTP. So thank you very much from the bottom of my heart, from IPS Academy, Institute of Engineering and Science. Thank you all the participants.
I would like to add this, that we would like to thank the director of AICTE, Colonel B. Venkat sir, for approving and giving us the grant for this program. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
At IPS Academy, in and out of the institute, and especially the participants. We will meet again. Thank you. So we will be opening the assessment link at 3:30 p.m. and that will be open till 5 p.m. So we request you to attempt for the assessment. That will be mandatory to get the certificates. So thank you all.